Hello, boys and girls. Today is Wednesday, the 30th of June. Yep, we're streaming on every place. All right. Was looking at some of this stuff. I should have a hashtag game. I should probably move this, shouldn't I? I should have a hashtag game. I do not. Um, can I end this? Yeah. Things will work itself out. So Bill Cosby's in the news today. I was a supporter of Bill Cosby years ago. I know people don't like it, but in this Me Too movement of actual victims and a whole lot of people who sleep with their boss for all sorts of reasons, I find it hard to put someone in jail for 30 years for that, especially when you say he raped 60 people. I'm like, oh, really? So now he's a serial rapist at work. And what? Of all those women, no one went to the cops? No one seriously went to the cops. So many were discredited, but people run with the headline. I don't know, man. Hollywood is a disgusting place. So again, like I said, there are women who slept with their bosses who now live in $1 million seaside houses, you know, um, and there are others who were victims and got on the buses and went back to their small towns. Those are the ones I want to hear from. But the idea that no one uses sexual politics in that place, and then other people will then use that to put someone in jail forever. It strikes me as bizarre. Like I said earlier, the idea that Quentin Tarantino yesterday said that everybody knew about Weinstein when he was talking to, I want to say Bill Maher or something, just kind of chuckled. I'm like, the idea that you knew that there's a fucking rapist running around the community and you didn't say anything because you're all rich friends is fucking disgusting. Excuse my language. But that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. If he is what you say he is, why are you so flippant telling me? So you should be embarrassed about yourself, right? Or was he a guy just banging all these women at work because he was a Hollywood producer and they've been doing it for 100 years? I mean, let's not play these games about words have meaning, right? So you use the darkest term to get what you want. Were these rapes? Man, I used to work under the Brooklyn South Sex Crimes Task Force, right? So they were coming to the building in Brooklyn North, the Brooklyn North Sex Crime Task Force. All right. So they would come in. I was in the street crime unit, so I was sitting at the desk watching them come in. Some women stood outside the gate. They took a moment before they came in. They were with their girlfriend or somebody. It was, and the other women out there smoking, telling jokes, they're smoking stories. And then the detectives upstairs would be like, you can tell who fucking serious and who isn't, but you can't be like, get out of here with that. Right. So it's not every people act like people don't report it. A lot of people report full shit all the time, right? The actual victims don't report it. Yeah, I absolutely totally buy that. But I think there's a lot of people who are using these things to get power in this society, right? I mean, and we all know that they keep letting innocent people out of jail, and then no one asks the investigators anything. No one asks the fucking witnesses anything. No one asks the judge anything, and he just loses 30 years, right? And he's just so happy to be out. I like to see someone get out and angry, be like, "You better keep an eye on me because I'm coming for these judges." People are, oh my god, he's just not happy, But I mean, America needs to fix itself. It really does. I mean, you shouldn't be able to just bang your boss to get a promotion. It should be the best qualified person, right? I get falling in love at work. I totally get that, but this is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about falling in love at work. Um, and you shouldn't be allowed to fucking lie someone into jail for 30 years, and then no one really ever seems to, you know, question how this is happening. So, I mean, Bill Cosby was in for 2 years. Uh, I was watching Court TV, and they had a judge hosting the show, and she was outraged. I was like, "This is your judge? This is your judge? She's not even fair on TV. She's in like the stuff that judges let go for wealthy and pretty young white ladies versus how being brown will get you three times. And this is all documented, right? I mean, there's stats for what I'm saying here. Like you're likely to get a harsher sentence um, between like 2 and like closing, and you're likely to get a lighter sentence right after lunch. What? Just kind of, if you know this, fix it, and they don't care to fix it. But as soon as they end up on the other side of this, all of a sudden it's political, and it's it's the system needs to be fixed, and the people who are in charge of it won't fix it because they're just grifters. Jail is serious business, and it shouldn't be a pit. For God's sakes, America should run a jail system that makes fucking sense. It shouldn't be a dungeon. It shouldn't be a gulag. All the while you talk shit. July 4th is coming up, for fucking God's sakes. You guys got me on a tear. I gotta do laundry so I can step out in my red, white, and blue, star spangled, and yeah, it's dress up, man. It's patriotic dress up. Get a giant hat, ladies. Get super big glasses. Go down to the beach. What am I looking for? Oh, that would be. Oh, for God's sakes! All right. I guess we will just put this here. So it's been a very odd day. Let's cut on some lights and play some guitar. All right, that's one. Let's cut on a fan. All right, is that the lowest? I think, yep, that's the lowest. All right. So, do we want to cut this light on over here? No, we'll leave that out. Scales. I've got to come up with a better system. Because like I do YouTube videos all day. But I sort of miscalculated, right? Like, at least with a teacher, they will tell you, do this today, do this all week, practice this when I see you next week, right? So I should theoretically be practicing a thing over and over again, right? But why would you watch that, right? And I do it. Like we went through it yesterday. Oh, let me unplug this. We went through it yesterday. And it was essentially, oh, and I've got another notice. Let's put this away. So these little cone things are great. They put the rolled cigar out without having to crush it. You can just relight it easier. Like, it's science. It smothers it. I mean, it's science. Someone copyrighted it and made $1 billion off of something you learned in like what, the 5th, 6th grade, right? Fire needs 3 things. It needs oxygen, needs a fuse source, and it needs wait a minute. Oxygen, right? What's the 3 for fire? Oxygen, fuel. God dang it! And there's something else. These are those Jeopardy moments when you're called to know it and you can't pull it out of your head. 3. Oxygen, heat, and fuel, right? Okay, so yeah, heat. How did you forget heat? Yeah, boy, sometimes it just don't pay to get out of bed in the morning. So oh man, it's 4th of July, baby. When all Americans should feel good to just hang out with other Americans. What's likely to happen? I don't know. All right, so we were early today, and I was watching some more guitar videos, and they were talking about hand strength and how which you should. Let's close this. I'm staring at my own face. And I should also move that camera there so I can actually look at you versus looking at the other image on the other monitor. Look, man, listen. We are not professionals here. We're just honest men and women seeking guitar stardom, right? Guitardom. Guitardom. So yeah, I guess we have to sound bad in public for a little bit. And by a little bit, I don't mean much more than 6 months, maybe, unless you're super added 6 weeks. So yeah, so my man, these chords are coming in nicely. So we know in the last, I want to say 7 days, we know 7 chords, right? Not bad. So let's run through them. C. All right, this is not live TV, right? Let's do that again. We know 7 chords. Let's run through them. Actually, first it might help if I use the right fingers. G, C, D. Ooh, that was horrible. This one's E. This is E. Those are all majors. This is E minor, and this is a power chord, which I was taught a couple days ago. So while it's not really that's not right. Oh, that's because they're both okay. Better. All right, so, man, man, I think I thought I'd feel it in the back of my hand, like no, I feel it in my palm mostly in my palm. It's like when I would draw for hours, like I would feel like first I would feel the tension sort of in my shoulder, not in my hand, just so like I got to change my position because because we all have ways we do things. I like to like get close and like draw, and sort of lean over it. Then first your neck, sorry, but then like you gotta stand up. But when I powered through that, got up, got something, check my neck out, got something to eat, and walked around. And I kept drawing. I would feel it in like my knuckles or like my like yeah, it's weird, man. But never my palm. Um, my eczema, boy. Ugh. So one. And I was also looking up this guy who was talking about finger picking. How you have to anchor your pinky. He said he uses 2 techniques. He uses his. Let's put this out of the way. He uses 2 techniques. He plants his finger, a pinky usually, so he can find where everything is. Right. So he says a good uh, practice such and so your fingers know where the strings are after you anchor yourself is do a chord, right, and then you pluck the string of just that chord. Ew, that's not good. He also said when you do this, you should not be like this because your fingers are in the way of each other, right? So you're plucking, but your fingers are. He said you should be like really widespread. Even you have your finger placed really widespread. He also said on the back of the fret is a good place, not on the strings. You'll mute the strings, but on the back of the fret. I always thought you're supposed to be over the guitar hole. All right, wait a minute. Oof, what is the hole? I'm sure it has some clinical name. Oh, did I just spit? I even saw that. What is the hole in a? Not hole as in the whole thing, goofy. Hole as in there's a hole in the shirt. What is the hole in a guitar called or known as? What is the hole in the guitar? The hole in the top of acoustic guitar is called the sound hole. Really? Sound hole? Man, I overthought that a lot. The hollow body of an acoustic guitar allows the bass frequency produced from the string to resonate and be amplified, then projected out sound hole, the sound hole, while the top acts to enhance the mid and high frequencies. The sound hole? A sound hole. F hole is constructed of a violin family. All right, C hole is violin digam. Rosettas are in lutes. D holes are liars. You're a D hole. All right. Well, okay. I needed that today. D hole, the Byzantine era of liar. A D hole. I'm sorry. A D hole. All right. Some things just like this is the like I said, words have meaning. Like this is the definition of tickled, right? It doesn't make you laugh uproariously, but you just keep snickering at it, right? It just puts a smile on your face for like an extended period of time. It's not like a one of D hole, right? So yeah, words have meaning. God, man, who? And I was thinking, wow, so we've got this. Well, those of you who were here this morning, because I was a half hour late because I was having HAPS issues, and I decided that if HAPS doesn't let me, I'm still going to stream on one of my two other sites, and I guess that'll be on Twitch, and then I'll upload it to YouTube. Hey, James, how you doing? Okay, my 13 minutes are political. I haven't done one because I kind of got lost. My 20 minutes are daily guitar practices. My 13 minutes are Monday, Wednesday, Friday political talk for 13 minutes. But I got to tell you, I'm going to pick it up again because I keep talking politics. But I think it was supposed to take a good little break until I got the music up and running. So say as long as I damn want. Yeah, give or take. Yeah, you're right. What were we doing? We were. Oh, I was talking to one. I was off on a rant talking about my hands. So we've been doing a lot of 3/4s, right? And I told you that I really was surprised that I felt it in my middle finger. Come on, man, my ring finger, the most. Then I realized as I was driving, because I drive and I try and do 1, 2, 3, 4 on the steering wheel at the stoplights, every stoplight, on both hands too. I wonder if I could. Now you probably can't mirror. No, I can already feel like this is that. Well, actually, I wonder if there are any. We are not going to look up dual guitarists, are we? Yeah, we are. This has got to be one guy, right? People play guitars with their feet. Guitar. No, don't write duelist. There'll be two guys dueling. Guitar player who are ambidextrous. Dextrous. Oh, wow. Perhaps the most famous ambidextrous guitarist, or at least most famous for the showmanship of ambidextrous, is Michelangelo Baccio. His guitar, I wish I could show you this. You know the double fret guitars where you play one and then you've got another one, you can have two different tones on it, or one can be a lead and one can be a bass. His has two leads, but they shoot that way. Like, so he's doing this, and then he swaps over and he does this up the neck of the. It's quite an amazing thing to look at. I mean, come on. First of all, that guitar case has to be a pain in the ass. And moving that thing around has to be a giant. Wow. I'm going to have to look him up because that is ridiculous. Ambidextrous guitar players. String it lefty or righty. Michelangelo. That is friggin' ridiculous. How would you even know you had this talent? That is amazing. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, this is the great thing about. Why is DoorDash, man? I don't know how DoorDash gets away with having people do $2 like trips. No one in America should work for $2. But it's fun to do. He said, about to give that shit up. So this finger is extra sore because I was doing these 3/4s, and then I was also doing 2/3s. So my 3 finger is straight getting murdered, which is good. But now I feel like my pointer finger, which is the naturally strongest finger, never hurts. But I feel like it's less coordinated now since I rarely work it, if that makes any sense. So I'm gonna, and I think I could work all of them if I did. I call them crabs. I think they're called spiders. But yeah, also the thing that after we play the acoustic for like 2-3 hours, I still got like an hour in me to mess around with the electric. All right, so see, I told you I was bad at it. Ooh, I don't know what it is. It might be a. You don't have to go up the fret. You just need to keep doing it, right? I need to somehow lower this a skosh, a tad. I really do like the idea of, if I'm gonna learn, why don't we Lindsey Buckingham it, right? We can learn. Ooh, we can. Ooh, that is a weird, cool ass sound. And I was also told to actually strum. Don't strum softly in the beginning. Strum like, you're not writing love ballads. Like you wanna hit the damn guitar, right? You want to strum. Oop, oop. C major, leave the E alone. A major, leave the E alone. Okay, those are the only two. Why do I keep doing this? All right, I also need to come up with some drills just to keep it busy because we can't talk about politics all the time. So yeah, I'm pro women, but I'm not willing to co-sign everything. I think a lot of this hurts young boys down the line, and I think a lot of it is like the women of the Confederacy, right? Didn't they start a women's group and keep bullshit around for like 150 years? So just because ladies are saying stuff doesn't mean. I give ladies credit. Sisters are doing it for themselves, just like the men. Some of them are sinister fucking beings, and you should be watched and be very fucking fearful of. The idea that women are these need to be protected little waste will get you your head cut off, right? This is not the 1700s. This is the modern era. Sisters can do whatever they want, and some of them choose to do nonsense, like that Lori Bell woman who killed her kids and her husband and her new husband's wife. Because I'm like, girl, you go. She was running amok. Lori Daybell, what a name. The people who know that they can get away with it and the government won't suspect them always do the most evil. I mean, we have a history of people knowing that the government would not do anything to them if they just fucked with one group of people. I mean, so let's not be naive. Give that girl credit, but come on. Why are you in bed with your boss anyway? Isn't one? I'm not a lady, but I always hear the thing about like he's not gonna leave his wife for you. Isn't that a thing in like woman world? So, I mean, the idea that is if the shoe was on the other foot, would you want some woman sliding into your relationship, enticing your man away? I mean, what the fuck, ladies? Come on, seriously. You can't support all other ladies no matter what they do. You gotta let some of them know that there are rules in ladydom, and these is what it is, whatever those rules are. But if you want advice from a man, fall in love at work, fine, but dating at work is a problem. People, oh, I met this guy at work and he's great. We got married. That's great. Oh, I met this guy at work. It didn't work out. That's great too. But the idea that you have a long string of relationship always at work, just ask for an HR invite. And then the way the law works is some people's prior bad habits don't come into play. So you can be the victim and the judge go, yeah, but those other, 10 men she dated at work and 3 women, that we're going to keep those quiet. And the guy who had, I don't know, man. I think the justice system has rigged itself so that people stay in power who shouldn't be there, and it can easily attack people who would be consequential in the future. I mean, Giuliani's kid tried to run for mayor. Now, here's the thing about that. He's got a famous dad. If he would have just bided his time, somewhere around 30, instead of being 24, whatever the fuck it is, right? He would have had support. He looks ridiculous now. And now he'll look ridiculous in the future. But I'll tell you this. Hillary Clinton's daughter wants to maintain good relationships with all these people so she can be a senator. And I think her parents are persona non grata in the black community now. After all this stuff, after essentially knocking it out and being in pocket for 40 years or so, nobody wants to hear from the Clintons. Every time Hillary Clinton endorses somebody, they lose, right? Because you're supposed to be our ally. We still have all these problems we had before you. So we'll see, man. I don't know. Is it this way or is it this way? Man, this whole, I've looked up how to hold your hands as well. How to hold your hands. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Like, man, I was looking up some of Beatles stuff, and Paul McCartney went back to Liverpool in like 1979. It was sort of like, who's famous? It was sort of like Barbra Streisand going back to her, like Brooklyn. Well, she wasn't from a bad town in Brooklyn, but like going back to like Eastern Bed-Stuy. She's not from there, but let's say that, right? People are like, oh, wow. Like all the media was like, Barbra Streisand. Like all the media is like, wow, Paul McCartney. He started here, Liverpool. But people in Liverpool were like, man, whatever. Why are you here? Get out of here. The club that they started at was a punk rock club now. They had, since it was the world's most, they had not a bus, but like a metal sheet with their faces, like, how you print it. And then they had taken it down and like threw it in the back. It was like in the back alley. They took a shot of it. It was just in this back, unceremonial, likely dumped, but by the world's greatest band, quite frankly. And that's what it is. Like I said on TJ's podcast yesterday, I don't care what your skill set is. You got to be able to use it, right? I use the unfortunate thing of saying I'm the world's greatest lover. Where are all the women, right? Look, where are all the women? And I think I sort of like, it was a little too funny, but the idea is that if you're the world's greatest guitarist and you can't get your hand on a guitar, it's pointless. If you're the world's greatest astronaut and no one will send you to space or you can't get there, it's pointless. If you're the world's greatest chef and you've got no implements, no food, and everything you eat comes out of a can with no, then you have to be able to use your skill set, whatever your skill set is. And you're supposed to be able to find your skill set. I don't think you can find your skill set anymore in America. Because everybody is supposed to work for Amazon for pennies. All this sad energy goes into buying stuff and streaming. So I think a lot of this energy is bad energy. But see, we talked about not this, but I'm going to change. I'm going to move on. See, here's the thing. we were talking about standing up playing, because standing up playing is different from sitting down playing. So, right. So if we could see, this way feels weird too. You got to start up and downing with the pick too. Versus this way, right? Which I try not to lean over. But when you stand up, you can't play like this. You got to play at an angle. So yeah, like I said yesterday, I think some of this stuff I may require a teacher for. Or I mean, people teach themselves this all the time. Just choose a position and stick with it. Get used to it, I guess. I just feel like almost like I'm making a triangle that way. But if I feel this way, I feel like I should be able to run up and down the fret almost horizontally. But then when I stand up, like with the electric, this is how you get in your head about something. Woo wee! It is hot AF. Ugh. You know what? Maybe I should take this skull cap off. While I'm up, give me a second. I'll be right back. Ooh, air conditioner. Ugh, good Lord, I don't want potato chips and I don't want vegetables, but I'm hungry. Cha. Yeah. So let's run that. That way you're not sitting there looking goofy by yourself. Should I plug that in? I should plug that in. All right. Where were we? Chills. Excuse me. Whew. Gotta do something about the tummy. All right, so we know 7 chords. We can be psyched about that. Other people know hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I was also looking up like some of these. What's the word for them? Notations of them. Like a triangle means major. And I was like, oh no, why don't you just write major? And then something else was like, I'm looking at this. I think my screen froze. Anyway, we'll see what happens. It's gonna be a beautiful spring. Spring is almost over. It's gonna be a beautiful summer. Knock on wood. Despite the fact that some people do not have air conditioning and it's 115 degrees in some of those areas. I guess this is what this little crook is for. Huh. I like to cross my legs left versus right because I used to have a foot hopping, but it only hopped on my right foot. Yeah, which is awesome because then it comes in handy. You can put your niece on your knee when they're little and just kind of give them like horsey row. Oh, you're gonna fall off, right? I was the best at it because I had restless leg syndrome. And when I tap my foot with this leg. I feel like I'm not gonna look up how to sit on. I went through this yesterday with this guitar actually. How to hold a guitar on your lap. But everyone I watch all the Twitch musicians I watch, unless they're drummers, they're standing up. So let's run through them. This is our C. Let's get it clean. This is our C. Yep, that's our C, all right, with some muffling the D string. Right. This is our A. Are you kidding me right now? This is our A. We swapped from 3 fingers, which was this, to 2 fingers, which is sort of throwing me off. Woo, that 2 finger is so much better than the 3 finger thing, which I just could not get. Yeah, we're doing it 2 fingers from here on out. That was the A. This is your G. I'm about to say, get on the fret. Thank you. All right, this is our G. This is our E. Yeah, this is our D, right? So our C, top is not messed with. Our A, 2 fingers this time. Top is not messed with, right? Our G is everything. Our D is the bottom 4. I left the E out. Our top E is all strings E, then our G, all strings at the bottom, all strings. 5, that's the cage. We also happen to have already known E minor, which is 2 fingers, 2nd fret, 5 and 4 string. Or is it 4 and 3 string? Don't make me get up and come over there. It's 5 and 4 string. What is my regular E? Yeah, it's 5 and 4 string. Good Lord, man, you're killing me. So this is our major, E major. Where is it? Put this right here, right? And this is our E minor. Ta-da! Magic, baby! All right, so 1, 2, get on your proper string there. Major, minor. That's absolutely right. Is it my hearing? I barely hear a difference. But I guess that's what musicians know, right? Those tiny little tonalities, they know it's different. That's major. I think I hear something different. I should hear something different. Does anybody else hear anything different? There's no one in the chat. God dang it. Are you serious? I can't hear that? This can't be that subtle. Majors and minors. Like very like It's a. Hold it. Okay, all right. Yeah, I hear it now. Wow, that's not good. I just spent 5 minutes trying to hear the. Wow. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put this here for a second, and yeah. Wow. Okay, that was a thing. E sharp, I'm sorry, E sharp, E major, E minor. What's a C minor? I didn't write that up there. Where's C? Nope. That's rabbit hole stuff. We're not going down rabbit holes. I can't believe I. Yeah. Wow. I did say that I listen to music differently in the car. Trying to find. That was 5, 6. We said 7. Trying to find kind of like melody in it, like trying to listen to stuff that I know. I'm about to say newly, stuff that I listen to the songs that I know in a new way, newly. And this is the power chord. Way up here, it would be this. Here would be this. That's horrible. Tune your guitar every day. That's what the big kids do. Come on, man. Actually, you know what? Let's dual tune them because this guitar has a tuner on it, which is awesome. But it runs on a battery, which I don't like because you have to keep it in there. All right. Yeah, you're both in agreement. Both in agreement. Uh-oh, that's going the wrong way. That's not right. Hold on, wait. Hold on. We just did this. This is our D. Did we not do all D? Perfect. That's fucking amazing. I guess your tuner should not disagree, not run into conflict. While we're tuning guitars, why don't we tune this one too? Yep, yep, get back. Stop. It never just leaves. It always takes a stand with it. Hoi polloi. All right. Let's cut this on again. All right. Oh, these strings are beat. Good enough. Wow, these strings are beat. I'm gonna lower that a little bit. Wow. What? B, I love you. You're perfect. That's it. All right, so well now that I feel like let's hear those chords on the guitar. Oh, power chords on the guitar. Let's do it. Power chords. That's good. We don't need to turn it all the way up, but we do need to get some tone going. Yeah. All right. Well, I liked it. All right. Jump all the way down. Yeah. All the way. All the way. $154s. Here's the thing. I make a mess, and it reverberates. It reverberates. It's an electric guitar, right? Whereas when I make a mess on the acoustic, it's sort of like it's over quickly. All right. That's why I was doing it. This the middle finger, sweet Jesus. The ring finger is getting twice as much work as the other two fingers, right? It really is a weird little thing. That's not bad. I'm getting better at hitting what I'm aiming at and keeping. All right. All right. So that is the electric, and we're gonna put that down because, man, it's fun to play with it, but I sort of prefer acoustic for some reason. See that? That's. I mean, I can plug it in. Should I plug it in? Let's put you over here. See what I mean? Is it the? I think it might be the strap. All right, let's put that there. Let's take this. Put that on in a second. Yeah, cha 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 cha. Ugh, this is gonna be horrible. All right, who's ready? Really? It doesn't amplify the knocking on the. And there are no. Oh, wait a minute. Volume knob. Oh my God, what is going on with me? How did I not notice the volume knob? This is for bass. The volume, wow. Wow. All right, that's for bass. I hear a little tonality to it. I want to turn the bass all the way up because I like that. Everybody calm down. Everybody just calm down. We have it perfectly under control. We'll turn this down. Is that up? That's up high. So we'll turn this average. And we will turn this one a little sub-average. Yeah, okay, let's sounds weird now. I'm going to put everything back to where it was. So now we got to adjust the amp goofiness. Nice. All right. 6 chords, C chord. Yep. 2-finger A chord. E chord. C chord. 2-finger A. C. 2-finger A. How often do you guys change strings? Something tells me I'm going to have to do this once every 60 days, maybe once every 3 months. All right, so here we go. C. C. Come on, Pinky. Get out of the... No, it's not your fault this time, Pinky. It's the ring finger who is not applying proper pressure to the fret. Thank you. All right, look. Let's try this one more time. Really is a problem. I'm going to have to do something about my lead finger now. I swear I will come over there. Sweet Jesus. Ooh. Come on, man. Well, I might have to cut on some lights as the sun slowly sets in the west. What's going on here is I'm leaning on the I keep saying the low E string. I keep leaning on the E string. This is the low E string. This is the high E string. But when you look down at it, this is your high E string because you're looking at it. It's the closest one to you. But since you'll look at it this way, so you're one string, I guess. Got all these curls out my window. I swear to goodness gracious. What am I doing wrong here? All right, E. Close to the fret, guys. Okay. G. All right, we got that locked in. D, we got locked in. We keep struggling with the E's, the A's. That worked out well. And the C major, because this one keeps leaning on the pinky, keep leaning on the E string, and is never anywhere near the fret. I think I'm gonna have to do like an hour of just okay. Let's see if we can get both of these together. Dialing them in. Here's where your problem is. Maybe if I stick my thumb further back, I'll force my fingers to move further back. But when I do that, I muffle the... You know what we're going to do? I'm going to put this down. We're going to think about family. We're going to cut this off. We're going to cut that light on. And we're going to sit here for a second. We're going to ponder the universe. And how us just being here beats the odds, right? So I would hope that there are other people, well, our definition of people. I would hope there are other beings in the universe But we don't even know if there's other life in the universe, right? Whether that's a plant or amoeba. I'm talking about beings who can like show up in a funky ass spaceship and like let me have one. So I could put rates and stripes all over and a fuzzy dice in the cockpit and excuse me and blast I don't know what would I play? A lot of pop music, sadly, on my spaceship. Yeah, I like pop music. It's what plays in my car when I zip around the town. So yeah, we're big enough to pop music. What would you name your starship? Wow. Everybody who loves science fiction, whoever played Dungeons and Dragons, Star Quest, and all these games. We used to have a shit when I played, but I forgot the name of it. So here's the thing. I had one of the best DMs ever. Thank you. A million years ago. I still remember some of those campaigns, right? You get to be a character in a novel. It's great. I really miss a D&D kind of weekly D&D session. It was essentially my weekly pool game. Not weekly pool game, my weekly poker game. And for a little while there, I had a weekly poker game. It was nice. You got to meet people, socialize, sit, talk, smoke, have a drink, back when I smoked, uh, have a smoke, talk jazz, bet the house with your potato chips, not your pretzels. It's good stuff. But I read an article a couple of days ago, well, I perused it mostly, that most people don't have any friends anymore. No, so, and I can see why. I'm fairly gregarious and I don't have any friends. I think people now base your worth on what you have and the things you do. Right? I'm uninterested in going on a friend vacation with you to wherever, because I know you're just going to leave plastic there, and in 10 years, someone's going to be talking about how the Maldives is a pit now. So, I don't know. It's what's important. People, right? And if you're the people who likes to judge people, which is very American, it started this way, right? Just we're better than this group of people. You're probably why no one has any friends. People get gunshot. You just can't keep walking up to strangers and being smacked in the face, right? Eventually, you will stop walking up to strangers, right? I tried to reach out, but everybody's gruff and right. I mean, low hanging fruit shit. No one gets married. All the kids are out of not all the kids, but a good percentage of the kids are out of wedlock now. People are flippantly arrogant and can't wait to throw in the towel on all sorts of relationships. People give up on their kids super regularly, and they're their kids. So I don't even know what to tell you. I'm pro kids, by the way. If your kid ends up in jail, I likely blame you because I've seen a lot of these parents. Um, you let Xbox raise your kids, you're gonna have a problem down the line. I was left alone as a kid a lot, but this was before Xbox, right? We had what did we have? We had a Commodore 64. We had a few good games I would play with my brother. But when I was left alone, I would either read or I would draw. So yeah, I got a handful of interesting science fiction narratives and stuff. But no one reads anymore. Everybody just sits in front of either Netflix or Xbox or Hulu or Amazon, and few people do anything. And the people who have the end to do anything feel like they're super special because they get to do that. We all have to live here together, motherfuckers. You better watch your ass. You can't keep making enemies of everybody and live and call this a society. You can't. I feel better because that last interaction was not awesome. Um, let's get back at it. I don't have. Oh, is that one over here? Nope. Where is it? I had a giant roll of paper towels in here someplace. So remember, I know some days are not to be super active, but that's all right. Mostly it's here for us to chill and be easy with each other. Um, Maybe that would help if I took that off. Cha 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 cha. Let's run this again. It is an extraordinary day. Extraordinary. Here's the thing. You, as a young person in the world, right, in the cosmos, and I say young because I think I'm older than all of you. This is my third go around on this planet. So let's say I'm some wise soul, right? And you young people who maybe as young as who's the oldest man they said today? 113, which is ridiculous. 113. Oh, I don't want to live that long. I don't. At the moment, I can't wipe my own ass. I don't want to be here. All these people sitting around hoarding money for their whole life so they could slowly rot and take up, room. I mean, your life. You should run at your life, and I don't think the government, not the government, but people in the government allows it because you would then be competition. Why are you not in Congress, right? But it's Nancy Pelosi's the son of a congressperson. All these Kennedys perpetually being dropped off, saying, "No, this is what the people want." That's not what the people want. And you, young person, you're gonna play this guitar. You're gonna learn it, learn music. You're gonna sit someplace. You're gonna pontificate, and as you blow some lyrics, la la la, and play some notes, and people are gonna go, "That guy should be in Congress. That girl should be in Congress." All right, they're haters together. I like that stuff, and it starts in the smallest place. So yeah, you won't have to play the saxophone on Arsenio Hall, right? But it's that. And mind you, when we do this, we're big dreamers. We're daydream guitarists, right? Um, yeah, why not? Why not? I wanted to be a here it is. I wanted to be run for office one day. But now my whole thing is death to traitors. If you're sitting there for 50 years undoing people's families, I mean, no. And then now we're back to dropping bombs on people. America has no new ideas, nothing but conflict, blaming people, and then making money off of that. There's a lot of people who buy in. They're happily buy what you tell them. It is what it is, right? The society is going to have to change. Mm. Don't know who'll change it. I am a guitarist. My long ago wants of being in one of these positions to change it. I think that's really quite seriously fanciful thinking. I mean, I wanted to be a lawyer. I may actually go back for that. That's one on my bucket list before I die. Get a law degree. But I like people. And I like talking. I like solving the problem. I don't want to sit in a room and debate shit forever, which is, I think, a tactic. You don't want to watch it. And lawyers are good at the minutia of paperwork. So somewhere in that paperwork, they write that they stay there and they don't pay taxes. They get fucking cheat sheets from Wall Street. They can't be investigated and all this other stuff. And now you're just kind of like, how did we get locked out of our own society? Stop. Like I had this conversation with this dude a million years ago, and he was like, he blamed the Democrats for all this. So he was another transplant in New York, hating the place while he's trying to live there, make a living. I was like, yo, man, he was really blaming them and all these giveaways. Like, who do you think is giving this money to? Like the undertone of his whole thing was like, they give everything to the blacks. I'm like, what the fuck? We're only 12%. How much shit do you think we have? Stop being so happy to listen to every nonsensical thing someone tells you. The internet is fucking. Well, it's not free. I was about to say it's free. Boring. Yeah, man. I find that the art of critical thinking they've killed off in America, so that they can just wander up to you and go, "Your problem is that guy. Give me money, okay?" And we vote for you. Boom. And then one day, you know, you got no family because you believed, and they sent them all off to war. But you do have a nice flag. What is the most important thing about America? The people. Without the people, you don't have a country. Secondly, the philosophy. I mean, what is the philosophy of your nation? Is it money over people? Then that's not going to stand very long. I mean, you had a nice run. All the founders were super rich. And I tell you, people woke up in another country, right? It's not like 80% of the people were like, fuck Britain, right? It was, excuse me, like the sentiment and like, it's like if the Proud Boys or somebody and their small contingent took over the government. And people were like, all right, which I think is what they thought was going to happen on uh, January 6th. But, that was then, but people didn't know who knew what. But now the first thing they do is shut off the internet. They shut off the information. Actually, not the first thing. There's actually a cool like checklist, right? So first thing you do, I'm a president of like whatever third world republic, right? Dictator, cool ass me, let's call myself. And so I take over. The first thing you have to have is military support. You're not taking over shit without the military. And I tell people all the time that thank you for your service thing is a mind control fuck. You know, I have people in my family who are military, and it goes back to the founding of the nation. I thank them for their service. I love them. My sister, my brother, my brother-in-law, my nephew. Yeah, but I'm not thanking everybody. Who the fuck are you, right? Didn't what's the name blow up the Mora Federal Building and kill all those people? 300 kids or something crazy like that. 80 kids maybe killed 300 people. Like 80 of them were children at a daycare center because it was a fed. He had military training. You better watch who you worship blindly, right? So yes, July 4th is coming up. That's for us Americans. Woohoo! Let's knock it out. Have hot dogs and hamburgers from all the flavors of the world who come here, right? Hamburgers are from Germany, so are Franks. Two of my favorite things. Love Chinese food. Oh, I call it Chinese food, but Asian food, Thai food, you know, love it, love it. Celebrate. That's for us Americans, right? Doing the thing. Memorial Day should be a little more somber. Give in remembrance of those who died, raising that flag and making sure that we're not all speaking Russian, Chinese, right? Give then Veterans Day for all those who did it and managed to survive it, right? Which is most of them. And then you show up and those are your family members, heap love on them because first heap love on them anyway because they're your family for God's sakes, right? But heap love for a specific purpose on them on Veterans Day, right? So it's a nice coupling of three really great days for us Americans. One is for everybody, the people, the kids get to wave flags and sparkles. That's awesome. Um, uh, Asians threw in a huge uh, uh, add on to like July 4th fireworks, right? Man, for what would fireworks be without if fireworks came out of I'm about to say Asia, came out of I want to say China. Um so yeah, and they brought that over. So yeah, you enriched it with food and like little they used to have uh it wasn't 4th of July, I think it was New Year's, but they used to do all these fireworks in New York and Giuliani shut them down, killed it. It was there for like 100 years, and he killed it because he didn't like it. Right next to Little Italy, but Little Italy still gets to have all their shit. It's amazing how seriously fucked up like people in politics are, and how it just it just is allowed to roll. Like no one notices what is going on. So yes, July 4th, which is Sunday. Get your hot dog on. Uh, People are lonely. Ask somebody out. Do it on purpose. Um, Family is important. Like if you don't have one, I don't have one. Uh, which is weird, right? Because I used to think family meant everybody in your family. My brothers, their wives, their daughters, right? But the new definition of family is only the people in your house. Yeah. So obviously, all this new redrawing of language says that, no one's is not no one, but people don't have a lot of community anymore. So it is what it is. So my community is now the music community, and Weeze is about to drop the hottest mixtape called I Don't Know How to Play This Thing and What is a MIDI. And it's going to go to number 0 on the charts. Woo! Well, that would be opposite. That would be 0 would be better than 1, right? So what is the opposite? Infinity on the charts, right? The super bottom last spot. That would have been funny if I had figured it out better in my head. But it doesn't matter. We can be self-deprecating because in 6 months, we're going to be so far down the line with these 2-a-days in music. Yeah. And I'm going to start my 13-a-days, 13 minutes every other day. Next week, I think I've been neglecting it. So we're going to commit to that like we commit to this. It's Wednesday. Okay. Wow. Wednesday, that's right. So the second is Friday, the 30th Saturday, the 4th is Sunday. We know this. So that's Friday. So it's the 2nd, the 5th, and the 7th. It's almost like that music thing they tell us about. 1, 3, 5 or something. I gotta relook that up. Oh, someone asked me what I smoke. These CBD things that you get from like all these now legal spots in the country. No tobacco, right? I used to smoke tobacco. I mean, it's still smoking. You shouldn't do it, but tobacco will kill you, right? These are less likely to kill you, super less likely to kill you. And like I said, smoking has been around since the dawn of man, especially marijuana. Alcohol, half that long. Their coping mechanism. You don't need anything made in a lab, cocaine or whether it's illegal cocaine or MDMA, right, ecstasy, or illegal. Wait, hold it. Whether it's illegal like cocaine and ecstasy and LSD, or legal like a lot of the other stuff. Everyone is on something. Get out and walk. Be cool to people. Make fucking friends. Have sex regularly with someone that you like, right? Man, I've liked people and they've thrown me off of them with their perpetual criticism. But some people don't care who they climb on top of. That's fine. That's you. But some people really like the people that they like. And that's other people. So depending on the kind of person you are. And I'm not judging you. Some people can have super high libidos and can have sex with anybody at a party, at a wedding, in a bathroom, in a bar. Some people can't do that. Some people sort of need a little investment. And it takes all kinds, right? It takes all kinds. So that's fine. I'm not judging you. But I'm saying simply, it shouldn't be all over at work. And if it does, don't expect me to just buy into it. The words have meanings. You shouldn't call anything the worst thing just to get brownie points. We covered that earlier. People don't have friends, and I think if you have more friends, you would do less drugs, quite frankly. Or you would do the fun drugs with friends. Weed is a fun drug. Alcohol is a fun drug. But you don't want to sit and do too much of them alone. Anyway. But I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing it online. I'm not hiding. Here's the thing, man. Once you start locking up people who are your political rivals, I expect the next Republican president to eat Clinton's lunch. I really do. He's such a dirty character. And this whole, I won't put your bad presidents in jail and you won't, yeah, bring it. But here's the thing. Trump, I support Trump because Trump was outside. Everyone else is a politician and Trump wasn't. You may not have liked him, he may have been bad, but a lot of this is because the people in charge don't like essentially to be challenged. And I didn't have any chance to get up there and put my finger in their face, but he did, right? And they really resent him for it. They couldn't remember Remember, one of the most amazing things you will ever see in your fucking life is a 2016 presidential run where he wiped the floor with everybody. 13 Republicans and 10 Democrats. Smacked them completely around. I mean, called them on their bullshit that other politicians couldn't say because they're in that dirty pool too. And he wasn't. So now you're trying to, make sure that you send an ex-president to jail. That is never gonna happen. Ex-presidents never go to jail. They're too high up the food chain. Yeah. I think you can send. It's hard to send a senator. It's easier to send a congressman. You're not gonna send a, no. And they throw all these wild accusations around at him like he's a waiter. He's a fucking no. And the people spoke once, right? And Hillary Clinton could not believe it. And now you have all these Clintonites that they put in office in these positions. A lot of them are reporters giving favorable stories since about the 80s, right? They totally corrupted the NAACP, the Clinton Foundation, in this whole thing. And as soon as she lost, they went out of business. The next day, they said they were going to cease operations. What was that about? So yeah, the next president is going to look into them, right? And then they're going to cry statute of limitations and all this 7-year stuff. That 7-year thing is bullshit. There's two things that don't have statute of limitations on it. One is rape and one is murder. I don't see why political financial crimes are not in there. But then a lot of these guys would be carted off to prison, wouldn't they? So they're not going to have that. But they are going to write a law saying that they're going to increase their salaries to like whatever. Look, man, Dr. King does not rise in this society more, or whoever you got. I say Dr. King because I'm black, but it's just Spanish. You can say, who's the guy who was in the fields in like California, Arizona? I forget his name. Because we all have internet and Facebook and messaging service, and they'll just kind of, once you rise up to a certain where you get their attention, they'll just download all that shit and peruse how to attack you. Oh, look at this guy. He cheats on everybody. Oh, wow. He doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't cheat. He's straight up the line. We can still get him on X, Y, or Z. Taxes, maybe. So yeah, you fucked. America is fucked. China's going to eat our lunch, and America is trying to become Europe. It's trying to become Britain. It really is. And the first group who are like, go fuck yourself, is black people. Because we have no ties to anybody else but here, right? We're not African Americans like people who come from Africa or Britain or the Caribbean and hyphenate themselves, right? We're black. So yeah, I'm not trying to worship kings or emperors and go fuck yourself. So if you keep us discredited, which has been, well, now you can do anything you want, quite frankly, right? There are no black people who speak against, how can I phrase this? There are no black leadership people who speak in any way that is real or illuminating to the situation. And there aren't. So I'm doing this because this is easier than all the other nonsense. But don't get it wrong. When whoever comes to power who says you sold us out to the Chinese and this is ridiculous, that's a bad mode too. Like revolution is always bad because it's a time to get your tit for tat on. And some people are cynical and murderous. But you can't sustain it without supporting. You'll become Syria. Syria has decimated its whole population for one dude, for one guy and his American wife. Good Lord. I hate to wish death on people, but man, I would make sure. I mean, good Lord, everyone lost somebody. I would absolutely make sure that, man, but see, you don't want to get that. There are blood oaths, right? People who are serious know these things versus TV people who just don't really have a philosophy. They don't. If you have a philosophy, there are things you will absolutely not accept, right? Some people have a philosophy and they don't accept anything. They're super, but generally, like I'll give you an example. The philosophy of the American male is this: you are not going to set foot on this soil without invitation. This is why you have a lot of issues with Mexicans, not from all stripes of Americans, and that's deeper with like all this, invasion shit that people, I think China and Russia have like a hard on for getting here. to show that, hey, we not, but it's a land of guns. There's too many guns, right? Everyone will be shooting at you. Everybody will be shooting at you. ISIS wish they could fucking get a caliphate going here. They'd be over in a weekend. I mean, remember the guys who who flew planes in it? Those guys were hanging out at strip clubs, and the guy who shot up that club in Miami was like sleeping with dudes, and then he hates the gays. I mean, America is a corrupting source. So once you're here, you may not want to go back to whatever bullshit you came from, because there's so I hate to, one of the things that is destroying America is as much freedom as we have, right? No one has to do anything. Maybe we should keep all this freedom, but everyone should have to like join the military for 2 years, right? A little discipline is good for all of us. But the idea that no one has to do anything and everybody, it's becoming a problem. You cease to have a society when no one agrees on what that society is. See what I'm saying? So at least I tell people all the time, I was listening to something on NPR about this guy who always dreamed about being, he was British, always dreamed about being American, and he wanted to come, and fuck you. So what? I mean, you're not from some third world bird trying to bring democracy. Now they're going to kill you. Bring that guy here. What do you offer? Seriously, what do you offer? You don't offer shit. You really don't. And we have all sorts of problems with foreigners, and you just add to it. All these Canadians walking over the border, they're just as bad, right? They're not here legally. It's just goofy. But meanwhile, instead of handling real problems, everybody's always talking about what, this ethnicity is doing or that ethnicity is doing. I mean, Europe makes a lot of money off America and America's fixation with Europe, because people come here and never cut ties to the place, and maybe they should, right? You should understand what a fifth columnist is, right? It's setting up a foreign infrastructure in your government. And and by my own naked eyes, I see at least 3 governments who are allowed to do that openly. 3, arrogantly. And I have suspicions that 3 others have done it surreptitiously. So yeah, when this whole shit breaks open, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. But I sort of think God favors America for some reason. We keep getting away with the wildest shit, and we're still here. I mean, yeah, Britain is still around after what I want to say 1,500 years, right? How long has Britain been a country? No, 1,000 years. Britain became a country in like 980 something or other. So I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a big run, but Britain was almost over. And Britain's whole system of staying in power is attacking small, young countries, right? Britain fought with Spain forever and couldn't defeat them. Had a good fleet, but if they didn't have a good fleet, it'd be their ass, right? The Vikings just walked all over Britain, right? People from Wales want to be their own country. They don't really want to be part of Britain. The Irish, which is part of Britain, don't really want to be part of Britain. They were almost over with the Nazis, all that simple bullshit. Your population is not that big. And they get a lot from their association with us. Our population is the 3rd largest in the world. And we will fucking fight you. Say whatever you fucking want. We will put our grievances aside for how long it takes to utterly clean your fucking clock. And we did that at a really huge cost. The amount of people who died in that war was crazy. All over the world, like random citizens were dying because of this war. And let's remember, how did the First World War start? Weird treaties for Britain, right? How did the Second War start? Grievances over the First War. So, know your history, man. Goofy is as Goofy does, but Goofy is Goofy. Wow, we have been burning for 90 minutes, and we are not done playing guitar. That rant was because I could not get this shit together. Bill Cosby case is overturned. People are not happy. You know what I'm not happy about? What the ever loving? I'm gonna one day tie this to my Instagram and Twitter. Maybe I'll go back to Facebook. And I'll be super professional with it. But for right now, this is a hot shit show. Where's my pick? I just had it. Oh, this is my favorite pick. Dougie bit it, and he bit it in a fortuitous way. This is how God works. The Lord works in mysterious ways. This is the mysterious way the Lord works. How this pen is bit. This pick is bit. But all this other stuff about government officials quoting God and then stealing food out of the mouth of the babies, that's not how the Lord works. So why no one goes to church anymore? Why no one has any faith in any of these ministers? There's a minister in the paper today who's got tax trouble because he didn't declare all this, like, I want to say $21 million. I'm like, I bet you that motherfucker doesn't even have a soup kitchen. I'm about to get ordained, and my church will be serious. I'm going to make it about music, and you have to do something in your community, you fucking asshat. And I'm going to talk to you like this when you come to my office. Oh, Brother Sean, we did X, Y, and Z, and we made all this money, and we've got good investments, and the church is solvent. I'm going to be like, you're fucking fired. What are you doing? Right? You're not supposed to stash money and hoard money so you can have $5,000 suits. You're supposed to put it in the community. The money is a reflection of your devotion to God as you sprinkle it on the people, not your devotion to yourself as you buy yourself a bigger house, you asshat. What is that guy's name? I am all man. Don't even. I think I've already gotten started. I can't get away from politics. I can't get away from politics. So I guess 13 minutes on the topic. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow. Um, I mean, people have always used religion to control people and make themselves super rich. It really church fines. Oh no, that's 20. Oh my God, that was 2012. Rumsfeld died today. Donald Rumsfeld. Uh, oh, I don't remember. John McAfee, software pioneer turned fugitive, dead at 75. Got $1 billion, and then you're just surrounded by all these yes men, and they walk you into you can do anything country, and you do anything, and then people go, no, you can't do anything. Do I have to give you? I will give it to you right now with the quick fast. Here's my money speech. Money and power are not the same thing. Power is money. Once you have no, there are no powerful people who are fucking poor. There aren't, right? Once you have power, you have money. If a genie showed up and was like, you have 3 wishes, you don't need to wish for money and power. You wish for power because money comes along with that. If you wish for money and you fuck up, you will be Epstein. And I think that the eyes are on Bill Gates. There's some funky shit going on with Bill Gates. He's got money. He may know powerful people that he may call on to save his ass, and it's up to their whims if they will. I don't think they will risk it. Yeah, and after you're gone, your company will. I mean, McCaffrey's still running around. The pioneer is gone, but he's here. The people who founded GE, they're all dead. You don't even know who they are, but that giant company's here, right? Long after Zuckerberg is dead, Facebook will still be a giant behemoth gobbling up bullshit, right? What are you telling me? What are you telling me? Money and power are not the same thing. Stupid people wish for money. Smart people wish for power. Because if I have power, how would I have power? Let's say, it goes back to my Donald Trump thing. He's not going to jail. Go fuck yourself. I don't care how much you hate him. He's not going. He's officially a powerful person. You're not going to put him in general population, knowing the secrets he knows. You're not. What are you going to do? House arrest? What if he doesn't? What are you going to do? You know who was powerful? The drug dealer who they built a prison for, in Mexico, right? You know his power ran out when a more powerful person said, "We will help you with that," which was America. What was that guy's name? The latest guy dug a hole out of a prison, and he's in an American prison. He was powerful in Mexico. He's nothing here, right? What was his name? Oh my God, what was the drug dealer in Mexico? Richest, he was a billionaire. He's got hippos running around, and they're gonna murk them all. Rich drug lord hippos. If you put those three things in, you're gonna get Pablo Escobar. Right. So Pablo Escobar was powerful. No friggin' doubt about it. Was more powerful, rose to be more powerful than any political figure in that country. And to deal with Pablo Escobar, the American government was like, this is what we're going to do for you, and you're going to be happy we did it. We're going to send these people down there because they had just killed the DEA agent. They're like, we're going to send these people down, right? So it turns out that the DEA agent, who was just a regular civil servant, was a joker. You know what a joker is? A joker is a card that can be as powerful as you want it to be. So you send a cop in there. I'll give you another example of this. And they killed this DEA agent, and America was on his ass, right? I think shattered his thing into like 2 other cartels. Those problems are for the Mexicans. Those cartels, no, they learned a couple of things, I'm pretty sure. We're still going to do our business, but the Americans are really our only fucking competition, right? But so why fuck with them? Because they're also our only really clients. They're not selling it to anybody lower down that chain into Brazil or really anything. All their money comes from us, and that's fine. So I think they were like, don't kill DEA agents. You know what? Who could have told you that? The fucking American mafia. They did that shit, and quite frankly, got ended. One of them got ended, and I want to say 19. They killed the New York City detective in Sicily. And I forgot when it was, but yeah, the government will mobilize against you. You're still, no matter how well organized, right? And like I said, they became powerful in their country. And the thing about here, America ignored them until they became a problem. Just like the January 6th people, America was like, hey, we don't care about the racists. They're just killing the black people. And then they ran up on them. They were like, know what? Racism is a problem in America. We're going to deal with it. And that was their example to have their war on drugs, which was their war on black people. Now they're going to have a war on terrorism, a domestic terrorism, and that's going to be all these guys. And some of you know what I mean? So yeah, all of a sudden I've got a craving for. I don't want to say this on camera because we just had a conversation about racism. A craving for KFC. I don't do a lot of fast food. I like McDonald's fries still. I go and get some of those. I'll get a Whopper from Burger King because those things are the fucking fire. They're way better than McDonald's burger. Their fries are Burger King. Work on your fries. Seriously. Stop phoning it in. Work on your fries. And McDonald's says work on your burgers and your freaking. I walked into one McDonald's and the floor was sticky. Why would I eat in a place that the floor is sticky? So yeah, I mean McDonald's was a thing when I was a kid. Now I'm like, Five Guys makes great burgers, about $15 for a burger. Yeah, no. But I gotta tell you, they give you so many fries you could feed the homeless of freaking Ethiopia. out of one bag. So God bless you guys. Yeah, politics is politics. You can see things happen over and over again if you just pay attention, and you can quell, you can stem it or quell it if you know history enough to fix it. So yeah, I really do think that all these guys, that guy with his feet up on the table, he is a law-abiding citizen. Yeah, maybe he was, but he was an asshole, borderline, probably like racist, right? In my opinion of this, the guy anyway. Put his feet arrogant, put his feet up on the table. Pretty sure you know the conversation he had with his friends. All those blacks, all those black lives, they're all criminals. Now he's in this fuck position where he wants mercy from his fellow Americans. And he would have had none for anybody else. So the old me, I was like, man, live and let live. And what now I'm just kind of like, you know what? Fuck you. The bad guy's like a rapist, right? The rapists don't rape one lady in town. One evil fucker gets around, right? So you stem them. And that's what racism does. You just piss people off and just pouring hatred and animus in the neighborhood. So now I'm like kind of like, oh, maybe he'll no, fuck you. End them all. They all always get together with their guns, perpetually threaten everybody like there's going to be a second revolution and you're going to take over and people are going to be fine with no. These bullshit politicians who get elected on it, attack their base. You don't get to be a racist in America anymore, right? And I say the same thing to these Europeans who come over here like we're running a fucking hostel, right? People live here. I don't care if you want to live in Manhattan. New York has a population, and shame on these the fellow Americans who sell us out to Europe. Yeah, you should get yours too. And when it all goes bad, what's that guy's name? Tony Rich, right? Who Clinton gave a pardon to. You can't do business with these people. We're at war with them. He did business with them anyway. The government shows up and he skips the country for 10 years, and then Clinton pardons him. He still made money. He still got to do a crime, and he served no jail time. And he still gets to be a fucking stand-up citizen. What? Yeah, America is falling into the sewer. What was his name? It wasn't Michael Rich. Was it Michael Anthony Rich? What was his name? Rich pardoned by Clinton. Bill Clinton pardon controversy. Susan McDonald. These people pardoned his brother. All right, now I feel that. That's the only one I fully agree with. I don't care what you say. I have in my head that my mother would be like, if you can help Mark Rich is his name. If you can help your brother, you help your brother. Right. And my brother, first of all, my brother's a preacher, so I don't think he's gonna need a pardon. But I get it, like, ugh, I know everyone's mad and I should, but it's my brother. My mom is it's my brother. You'd be I'm like, what would you do? And you'd be like, fuck, yeah, family, brother, idiot, asshole. Yeah. Keep him in the base from here on out. But yeah, I get that. But all this other stuff is political fuck you ness. Meanwhile, people who should have gotten pardons didn't get pardoned, didn't get consideration. America, man, whew, we'll see what happens. See what I do? This is why I know so much about politics. Once something goes in, I have to verify that I remember it correctly. So when I'm at a bar or at a party and something comes up and I just go, can I just say this? I'm dropping bombs from like 40,000 feet. You know what I'm saying? In my, what is it? My Sky Fortress. And you can only throw rocks at me because I know what I'm talking about. But every now and then, you meet somebody who's just as wonky and or like historically like nitpicky, and they will eat my lunch, and I'm happy to have it eaten because then I'm like, he said this, she said that. I got to go find more information about it. Versus people are just kind of like, man, I'm right and I don't care. I can't deal with those people, right? Information is king. It really is. What are we doing? Excuse me. Uh-oh. So it's so good? Oh man, I think I sort of pulled myself out of the stream by clicking on something I shouldn't have clicked on. So I apologize for that. But yeah, so this is sort of slightly turned into a TC Weecy political show, but that's all right. We're not gonna beat ourselves up too badly over, man. You know, the setting sun is a beautiful thing. It really is. Do we want to cut this on? We might have to cut this one on, close this shade because the sun is moved past it. Thank you all. So what we want, E flat. Ew, that's not good. Thinking about buying, excuse me, thinking about buying a drum pad. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, thinking about buying a drum pad. Excuse me. I know I was too close. Thinking about buying a drum pad because there's got to be a way to address my metronome issue. Let's do the metronome. Uh, what's the weather outside?
It's currently clear and 86 degrees. Temperatures will be fairly consistent, averaging about 85 degrees.
Okay. Is this still plugged in? This is still plugged in. Let's cut it on. Let's do spiders. Let's cut the metronome on and do spiders. I hope I did not offend thee for my political talk, but I am a person who likes politics. Uh, likes, like is too strong a word. A person who follows politics because I think that it's what did that famous person say? Politics is the art of the possible. Who said that? Hold on, wait a minute. We gotta cut this off because it does weird things to my computer. Um, I want to say politics is the art of the possible. Who said it? Otto von Bismarck. There you go, baby. Politics is the art of the possible, the attainable, the art of the next best. Can't fuck with it. It's a good quote. Bum, 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 bum. Good lord. Someone is going to invent an ice cube that lasts an hour. And that is when you know that nature is over. So anything nicer than a watered down drink when you need it to be watered down. So, should I tell you this now or should I go and tell you? All right, so here's the thing. Um, I'm thinking about starting to shoot stuff, just like painting stuff. There's a lot of I'm thinking about going on here. Uh, But remember, this whole thing was like 1,000 days. It's a 1,000-day devotional, right? A devotional to you, to myself, to my God, to discipline, to anybody who wants to listen can take the journey. 1,000 days of music is what we're doing. No, we're learning music. But we said, okay, we're definitely not going to miss any. We're going to give ourselves benchmark. One day a month we can take off, but we won't take a day off until we get 3 of those days to take off. That's 90 days. Then we will reevaluate what we're doing our schedule. So that essentially means in 90 days, maybe the 2 a days will become 3 a days. Oh, stop it. Or maybe they'll become 1 a days and we'll do 2 other things. You know what I mean? I really want to write this story that I have in my head. And I was like, first of all, no one's going to watch me sit here and type. But if I can get a whole group of people to write whatever story they want to write together for an hour, that means you'll sit and write, right? I think we're going to kick that off probably, well, sooner than you think. And that's going to be a late show. But if I do a late show after 90 days, I'll likely drop the morning show. We're still going to learn guitar. We're still going to do it big. But I was also thinking maybe I should just stream whenever. Just hop in and be all over the place. And then people will have to watch the streams on YouTube, right? I mean, if I had 500 people here, I would carve it out. But as of now, I think there's usually about 10 people, 15 people, which is awesome. And I can do the same thing for them. I think 10, 15 people's time is just as valuable as, if I have 50 people here. But in order to sort of grow like a flower, blossom into my womandom, I think I have to sort of try and get everybody to do as many interesting things. Now, not everybody wants to be a musician, right? But somebody might want to sit and listen to me talk shit but writing a story is very different because then you'll mention something about the story and it may ruin it down the line. I wanted to read online. You can't read any of the new current stuff. Maybe I can read the Canterbury Tales, which is sitting on the floor. I mean, come on. It is 1,000,000 years old. The Canterbury Tales. The process of... Oh, good Lord. We may have to tilt this down. The process that crosses the Chaucer's page is as full of life, as richly textured as medieval tapestry. Wow. The night. Oh, I guess. Okay, I guess it didn't. Okay, it's just some of the words are faded. I thought some of them were absolutely gone. It's just a weird kind of. All right. Let's start from the beginning. The Canterbury Tales. The procession that crosses Chaucer's pages. And every now and then you get those things that eat your books. The procession that crosses Chaucer's pages is as full of life, as richly textured, and I can read. Honestly, I've been reading for at least 5 years. So let's try that one more time. The Canterbury Tales, the procession that crosses Chaucer's pages is as full of life, as richly textured, as medieval tapestry. As richly textured as medieval tapestry. The knight, the miller, the friar, the squire, the prioress, the wife of Bath, and others who make up the cast of characters, including Chaucer himself, are real people with human emotion and weaknesses. Chaucer's wit, gaiety, and sensuous love of beauty are unmistakable. Wow, you can't see any periods in it. This thing is really... How old is this book? Unmistakable. When it is remembered that Chaucer wrote in English at a time when Latin was the standard literature language over all of Western Europe, the magnitude of this achievement is even more remarkable, but his genius needs no historical introduction. It bursts forth on every page. The Canterbury Tales. I prefer this from... Yeah, so When everybody was fanciful and writing freaking French, I guess it was his book. 91. God's been dead 1,000 years. What in the world is this? Maybe I read this. Geoffrey Chaucer, Geoffrey with a G, considered by many both the father of modern English poetry and the father of modern English novel. The Troilus and Cressida, I read that a million years ago. It's Romeo and Juliet. I just did not understand the difference between Troilus and Cressida and Romeo and Juliet. Why did I have to read the same old English bullshit twice? But they're different. No, they're not. Geoffrey Chaucer also distinguished himself in his lifetime as a civil servant and diplomat under 3 kings of England. When he was taken prisoner by the French, the king himself contributed to his ransom. See, that's how you fucking do it, ISIS. You don't kill the fucking hostages, you morons. He was granted, among other things, favor. See, here's the thing. No one takes you seriously if you don't play by the rules. So even war has rules. So if I catch a bad general, you get him back. If you kill him, oh, then fine. We're going to wipe these towns of your women and children, clean the fuck out to let you know what absolute unfettered war looks like, right? Especially with people who have the shit to launch something from like Ohio and land 3 feet from you, which is amazing. I remember 20 years ago, they were like, oh, I was like, first of all, why are you showing all this technology on TV? But they showed 3 things I thought was amazing. They showed a bullet, not a bullet, but like a missile out of like a gun in slow motion to show that they had cameras that you could track, like, and it was the slowest thing. And it just comes out like the barrel of like a cannon or something, slowly turning. Just super. I was like, that is clear as day. Mind you, the first photograph took 15 minutes, and it's a guy with his foot getting a shoe shine, but everything around them is like a blur because no one wait. It's a city scene, and it's shot out of like a window in Paris, just at a shoe shine guy. So the shoe shine guy is even kind of, but like the guy's foot is completely still, the box is completely still. The shoe shine guy is a little miffy, but the guy, as he grows up, I guess he's moving around or doing stuff, checking his watch, he becomes sort of fuzzy. That's the first image. So when I saw this tracking across, slow as fucking day, a missile, as if someone put a slow cast spell on it or something from a science fiction movie, and then slowly hitting this wall, and then like just the fire of blackness and then bright orange and white, like the phosphorus going off, just like holy moly. And the second thing was they could fire a missile and they had like a hut with a window. And every time, 9 times out of 10, they put that missile in the window. I was like, this is a long, long way from like just World War II when they tried to destroy the super guns of Germany with like a bouncing bomb that they had to drop and they had to bounce and slowly roll it and then sink and then blow up the dam to kind of, versus, look, listen, you want to fuck around, Al-Qaeda? I will drop, what are those things? Hellfire missiles, which evaporate people. Think about that. There's nothing left of you. It evaporates. It doesn't blow you to chunks. You're evaporated. It evaporates you. Your skin, your flesh, your bone, gone in I think I want to say a 40-foot radius. Man. So I was like, what? Yeah. So the game is ridiculous. So give people their important people back and save the people of the hillside, because I got to tell you, I'm not pro-war, but when I do, I think if you do it, it's a scorched earth policy. Like, because then it'll end faster. I mean, 20 years for this, and there was only a 4 or 5 year break between, maybe 2 years. Hold on, I think there was an 8-year break between the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War. Maybe I will read Chaucer as we talk shit about the things that happen, because it's sort of a raunchy book, right? Let's finish reading the considered by many both the father of modern poetry. He served 3 kings of England when he was taken prisoner by the French. The king himself was prisoner by the French, and so that was the French when this ship was written, right? That was yeah. The king himself contributed to his ransom. When, in later years, the king wished to reward him for his service to the crown, he was granted, among other favors, the right to demand a daily jug of wine from the pantry of the royal butler. Wow. See, we need to bring back small shit like that. That makes it like if you won the Medal of Honor, other military people see it, and no matter who they are, they have to salute you. So you got General. I love that. But we, the citizens, should be able to be like, nah, this one's on the house. You will almost not pay for anything, but you know what happened? Some people be arrogant about it. You have to, like, you shouldn't have to do it, but we should do it. But once you go, I demand it, then it's like, and these are the people who ruin it. And that'll be one guy in 5,000. That not that we don't have that many Medal of Honor winners people, not, but one guy maybe caught him on a bad day, and then that'll hit the internet and the news, and then people will be like, we should stop this practice and blah 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 blah. I think they should get breaks on mortgages, breaks on banking interest rates. I mean, come on, you won the George Washington came up with this medal. I mean, this is what happens when you fill the fucking place with people who do not give a fuck about the place. Really. Like I said yesterday, I'm obsessed with the founders and the founding of this country. I think everyone else is obsessed with the Revolutionary War or World War II. And I stopped playing first-person shooters because every fucking video game was World War II. And I'm not saying there's a couple of colonial games out there. Those are not, as interesting. But man, I just picked this up. I'm about to lose the back cover of this book. Let's try and get through. Let's try and get through the blurb on the first page. I keep stopping and going on wild rants. I don't even know why someone put this here. Okay. Normally when I pick up a book, I don't read any of the acknowledgments or thank yous. I don't generally read the preface. I run straight to the top of the story. Cha-cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. When in later years a king wished to reward him for his services to the crown, he was granted, among other favors, the right to demand a daily jug of wine from the pantry of the royal butler. Towards the end of his career, he became a knight of the Shire for Kent. But it is for the Canterbury Tales that he is best remembered. It sounds like a decent fucking dude. The masterpiece of English literature moved Aldous Huxley to say, Aldous Huxley, A Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. If I dared to wish for genius, I would ask for the grace to write the Canterbury Tales. This prose edition also includes the general prologue and the nun's priest tale in Middle English. All right, some of this was dirty back in the day, which essentially means he saw her cleavage. Ooh, he sweated, and people are like, "Oh my God, the just immorality implied therein." Whereas right now it's like, put it on the glass. Let me see it. Let me see your tits. It's just super. So in 10,000 years, not 10,000, maybe 1,000 years from now, they'll be reading like our literature, like her. She had the bomb. Well, I don't even know like some of these rap lyrics. I can't even come up with any that prove my point. I would have to be super ridiculous about it. But yeah, some of these rap lyrics, you just, oh my God, they're just kind of like, what? Cardi B has a song called that Wet Wet Pussy. I mean, this is where you're at. I'm going to get another Ice Cube. Come on, ladies. Sing it with me. Get that wet, wet. Oh my goodness, it is 9 o'clock. Man. So I don't do my pod because I'm going to learn music, but this music thing is sort of becoming a pod, isn't it? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And I wanted to be on at 4. So I played my little heart out, and then I came on early at 7, and then I'm not moving it back to 4. Do we want to finish reading this? Acknowledgement. The usual statement that Chaucer's Middle English is not particularly hard to read, for the most part true. There are, however, quite a few words and passages in the Canterbury Tales which are extremely difficult to translate into modern English, and the professional journals frequently carry controversial articles about such words and passages to these articles and other notes by the editors of their tales. I'm indebted on almost every page of this translation. I am especially grateful for the suggestion made by Dr. Henry W. Simon, senior editor of Simon & Schuster. Herman W. Simon, senior editor of Simon & Schuster. Something tells me he's part of the family, which greatly improved the method of translation. But he is a doctor, also contributed considerable help to this revision. It is a pleasure to acknowledge here my constant indebtedness to Professor George R. Kaufman, the University of North Carolina, who introduced me to the serious studies of Chaucer's work. New Orleans, 1948. Yeah, that was right. Simon & Schuster is an old-ass company. So 1948 sounds about, it'll been up and running for, I want to say, 60 years. How old is Simon & Schuster? Let's look it up. Simon and Schuster. What did I say? He said 48 in 1924. Oh, really? It's only around for 25 years. Man, all right, fine. 24. That was 48. All right. Cha. I actually may read the Canterbury Tales. I would have to buy a suit, stand up in front of that, and get some sort of lectern and take it very, very seriously. Preface by Mark Van Doren. Only the greatest poems can be translated without loss. Only the greatest poems can be translated without loss. That implies someone wrote a poem that language doesn't bear on, right? You can, who can that, how, you know how that the first of all, that's what they call rhetoric. That sounds really nice and beautiful, but that doesn't make any sense. Poems can be translated without loss, or at any rate without the fatal loss which most poems suffer as soon as they try to breathe in another language. Okay, yeah, he just acknowledged what I just said. How old ago is this? How old? 1948. Okay. Great minds think alike throughout the ages. The life of most people the life of most poems is their language merely, and this can be a delicious life for those who know the language. But it is nothing like the life of Homer, says Dante, a life that was lived in the heart and mind that consequently can flourish whenever there are men to listen. Good stuff. And the preface is only a page and a half. The night, yeah. I grew up not bending air pages and all this, but I did write in this and underline stuff. It's a good story. I like it. But some are better than others. I like the Knight story and I like the Miller story, because the Miller story was about, let's get it on. I don't think I know. The Canterbury Tale of the Middle Ages, General Prologue. The Nun's Priest Tale. The prologue of the Prior's Tale. The noble friar, that worthy licensed beggar, had been casting unpleasant glances steadily at the summoner, but as yet, for courtesy's sake, he had made no uncivil remark to him, and at last he said to his his wife of Bath. Madam, may God send you a happy life. You have touched here upon a difficult problem, one fit for the schools as I have hoped to prosper. One fit for schools I have spoken to anything, but nothing. God send you a happy life. Don't even whatever. I think that you have spoken. I think that you have spoken truly of many things, madam, but there is no need for us, as we ride along the road here, to speak about any but gay matters. All right, so Canterbury Tales is essentially about a whole bunch of people traveling in like a wagon, not really a wagon train. It was like 1,000 years before wagon trains. Uh, I think they're all on horseback. Just from they're going to like they're going to like Scarborough Fair, uh, and everybody's got a story. It's really good. It's sort of like Stagecoach, you know that old western where everybody's trying to get through Indian country on a stagecoach with no not provisions, with no like protection. Um, yeah. Oh wow, we have been streaming for 2 hours. Okay. Should I end this? I don't want to end this. It's two. It's not. It's what is that? I can't even tell. Tam. It's 10 after. I could write. I could read Chaucer online. I mean, it'll be a come on, man. It'll be me in my comfy clothes. I want to say, but I also think if I read other stuff, maybe I won't read Chaucer because Chaucer's a little saucy. Maybe I'll, but I want to read something like in a suit and in a tie against this backdrop, and try and be as professional as I can be for you. But other stuff, I just want to, you know, be a goofy ass fucker and be ridiculously ilio. Well, that's not good. That's way more whiskey than soda. That can't be allowed. Uh, I shall return. All right, so we have to figure this out. Are we gonna fucking read online or are we not? What are we doing? Okay, I've decided that I'm going to do it. I'm going to read online only stuff that is not problematic, right? And oh my god, come on, Wire. And I'll probably just stick it on my. I put that there on purpose. I'll probably just stick it on my. I'm not even going to move it. I'll probably just stick it on my YouTube page. This is the one I'm using today. This one is a little bit self-aggrandizing, which is my favorite. I love that one. Um, we are going to run through some spiders. Stop crying. We're going to run through some. Oh wow, really? Wow, that's a lot of talking. All right, calm down. That's like 27 minutes of me shooting my mouth off. We're going to run through at least. Oh no, we're not going to do a half an hour of it. We're going to run through at least 8 minutes of scales, right? So we can get our. Come on, man. Actually, now that this is off, I don't really need this plugged in. Whatever. All right, excellent. Me. All right. I'm supposed to hit these chords, right? Back of the fret, back of the fret. We said that the first 2 weeks we started. Back of the fret. How are you not going back of the fret? I'm about to get tattoos on my fingers with little faces and make sure that when I talk to them, I get proper. I knew it. That's why I put this stupid thing down in the first place. Let's try that again. Quickly, come on, quickly. Maybe it just comes with time. It is really a frustrating thing because I mean, it's been 30 days for me, but the show has been running. Are we calling this a show? We're not calling this a show. The experience. I don't know what is going on right now. Are we gonna call it's day 12? Day 12, 2 sessions a day, 24 sessions, but only day 12. It hasn't been 2 weeks, right? Every day. So, oh my God, come on, man. I can hear it. It sounds like a sitar. It's like twangy wangy. And it's just thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Right? Good, but here we go with the C with the bullshit. Can I do that again? Obviously, you haven't moved your hands. I'm trying to remember the fingering position, so I'm trying to lock it in my mental. I just moved it. I just moved this finger. I was trying to lock it in, so when I go back to it, God damn it. That's C. Here's the thing about we've spoke to this. When I muck up the C, I muck it up in 2 ways, right? The D I mute because of this finger, right? Middle finger. So I have to make sure that stands up and is right at the back of the fret. And the I keep saying the low. And the first string, E string, which is supposed to ring, right? Ring out, is always muffled by my pointer finger, my pointer finger, on the B string, first fret B string, and it leans on this A. So when I come in, boop, right, and drop it, I've got issues with this finger, and I've got issues with this finger. This finger muffles the D string. This finger muffles the D string. This finger muffles the A string. That's my issue. What is your issue? Maybe you're like, I've knocked that shit out a week ago, and you're still on it. Maybe I should be teaching this class. Then I would say, no one's teaching anybody anything. We're all learning together. Oh, get your head in the game. Stop it. Hear that? That's that sitar shit. That's when I barely get it. Like, listen, this is it muffled, right? This is it barely muffled. That sitar, that's that sitar sound. This is it not muffled at all. See, so this makes me crazy because I'm so close. Well, that makes me Can I do it with one finger? Nope. Ooh. There is no way that should be possible. Is that clean? It's not clean. You would still have to get in here. Ooh. It's the worst sounding fucking. What is that? Can I get in here with this? Leave me alone. Phone, I'm busy. If that is a low. Stop it. Stop. 7 minutes, yeah. Is that the farthest? That is the farthest, but there's no fret right here. What does that sound like? Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be a fret. All right, so we take these two, and then we do this, and we do this. Okay, now I'm just fucking with. I need to see how this sounds. I really need to. I really. I can't even make it sound right. Oh my gosh. Maybe that's what being a musician is about. Just kind of being super goofy with some stuff, and trying to have fun with it. If that goes there, this should be these two fingers. This should be here, and these fingers should be here, and then we bend both up, right? And this is on a fret. That's on a fret. That's on. Oh. But then that finger now blocks my E string, my high E string. Yeah, baby. Rock and roll. All right. I'm sorry. Maybe we should do spiders. I totally got sidetracked. Oh. But should I be doing it this way? One day I will get mastery over my own fingers. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the sun's down. I need to close this shade. Why am I bad at spiders? I can tell you exactly why I'm bad at spiders. I know. Because there's something about moving up and down the fret while at an angle that just kind of has not been able to seep itself into my brain. I feel like my like it's be like an elevator. My fingers should be going up and down like this, right? And then over versus at this angle that I think I'm here, but then by the time I go down, I'm slowly at this weird angle, slowly moving when I should just be going down. You know what I mean? So I should be going up and down with this, but I've got this weird to kind of like climb forward, and I end up like off the fret or in a wrong kind of zone. But when I do it like the 1 4 3 4s, which also sort of make me. What is the point here? What is the point? The point here is that is this not plugged in anything extra? The point here is that I'm gonna close that window. What is the point here? The point here is, for God's sakes, let's close. Well, not that far. It is summer, but we shall draw the blinds. Thank y'all. Now I can take my pants off. All right, everybody, let's calm down. No one's taking the pants off. What is my problem with my? You know what? It's not a problem. This too will work itself out. Like we say, we have a box of mistakes. Maybe 500, maybe 5,000, maybe 50,000. Every day, we get rid of a mistake because, but now, whew, we've got to be at least, man, this has been quite a freaking, hasn't been 2 weeks yet. First, I was super jazzed about getting to the double digits. Now I'm looking to get to the 2 weeks, which is close. Nice little moniker. Because I guess the next will be 30 days, right? And then the next will be 60, then 90. And then after that, it'll be 100 because 100 is a round number. And then after that, we'll start counting the months, right? So we take our wins where we can get them. So yeah, that makes sense. The first thing would be a week of twice daily shows, then a month of twice daily shows, then 2 months, then 3 months, and then week, month, 2 weeks is good, month. Excuse me. I'm hungry. Here's the thing. I got up at like 5 this morning. Did an early show. Did some running around. Got back at about 2. I was exhausted. Laid down. Took an actual nap to like 5. I might actually put that in my routine. So from 2 to 5, I slept. I was like, excellent. Was it 2 to 5? No, I think it was. I wouldn't do a show at 4. I think it was 3 because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to do a show. So I think it was 3 to 5, like a good 2 hours. I was like, excellent. And then I've been running ever since. I feel good. I might need a midday break. I mean, what do they call those things? Not salsas. What do they call them? The Mexicans take salsas every afternoon. That's not right. Semesters. Celestra, siesta. So Mexico sleeping. Mexico siestas. All right, siestas. What did I say? Maybe I should end this stream. I'm getting a little punch drunk and goofy. Woo-wee! But not before we actually do some fucking guitar work, man. We didn't do. Why does this thing keep? I'm beginning to see why people are not fans of this guitar stand. It just keeps grabbing. Or I could just do this. People collect guitars. Do people collect guitar straps? Some of them are really beautiful. I'm just saying. But, it's the aesthetic art of people. Wait, hold, that's not going to be good. I should loosen this a little bit just so I can wear it. Yep. Ugh, good Lord. See, I'm too close. I'm banging on the table here. That is not awesome. Can we move this? Yeah, we can. All right. So yammer. All right, we're going to do this. I'm either too far away from my drink, too far away from my cigarette, or too far away from my point. Get it? That was a joke. Anyway. Feel free to slide into comment and say something. No one has said any. Well, James said something, but feel free to join me harder, not leaning on anything. I'm telling you, man, I think the next thing I'm going to have to concentrate on is this finger, because it's always semi where it needs to be, and it's always muting the E string. making me crazy. It's fucking making me crazy. It's making me crazy. C? Yep. Oh my God, that was horrible. Why is the C? You know what? We're going to do this without the C and see what we get. All right. What is that? G? E major? Come on, guys. Ugh. You're not even on the... That's my D. This finger is always lined up against another string. All right. D. E. Do it again there. C. Don't even do it to yourself. All right. I'm so super fucking frustrated. This has been like the fourth day in a row that I cannot seem to figure out how not to. All right. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. No, it's good. It's okay. Because you know what? It's only been 12 days, 2 days, and we learned a lot. Stop throwing picks, for God's sakes. What are you, 12? Jesus, why don't we put this up out of my face? I'm supposed to learn how to figure out how to do OBS on this restreaming platform that I'm using as I stream to YouTube and Twitch. But I don't know. No one. Well, I wonder if anybody says something on any of those channels if it comes up. I mean, it's not like. I guess it will soon work itself out. I'm just curious. Sweet Jahibus. Tis what it is, right? We have been streaming for 2.5 hours. I am completely frustrated and embarrassed myself online. So what I think I'm going to do is work on that C. But here's the thing. Where's my electric? Here's the thing. Let's swap you guys over. Don't start. Seriously. I wonder if where's this? Oh, God, Lord. All right. So my fingers are clumsy now. Good Lord. My fingers are clumsy now. Should I turn this down? I think so. My fingers are clumsy now. When I switch, so let's try that same thing. Hold on. Fine. All right, let's try it now. D is still muted, but the A gets clearance. All right, so let's try it again. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I get frustrated and I have to just kind of walk away. But I think the new thing is just switch guitars because the what do they call it? Do they call it the action? The tension on that is, it's a difference between running for an hour and then after running for an hour and being exhausted, someone goes, just skip. So not like skipping is easier, but it's still exertion, right? All right, so let's try them. That was your fault. I'm tired. All right, let's try it. All of them at the same time. Not all of them. All of them at the same time. I will come over there, for God's sake, saying stuff like that. Let's try it. All right. C. All right, let's try it again. Can I just say in my defense that we're new and it's coming along. It's coming along. We're not gonna throw the pick. No, we're calm. We are fucking calm. We're not aggravated. Everybody just calm down. We're calm. Where were we? Yes. We were playing the C chord, and I think the C stands for couldn't do it. Why? What did you think I was gonna say the C stood for? Sweet Jeebus. I'm about to lose my freaking hostage over this shiznittery. Okay. You know what? We are great Americans. We are. July 4th is coming up. Those who are not Americans, have a hot dog on us. I was gonna be something smug like, "You're not American, sucks to be you." That's funny in my head, but it's also kind of like people don't know like my sense of humor. I don't really mean it. It's just kind of like stupid and goofy. But I think someone would take that and start a campaign on it. Sweet Jesus! All right. I am not done yet. One day I'm going to do a 12-hour stream. You know what? We should write the rules down. What I said I was going to do this weekend. I'm going to make a full guitar like that, and we're going to stick it on the wall. The whole 19 frets. 19 frets? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 19 frets. Because the other 4, we tried and we couldn't get to it. 19 frets with their notes, right? Arts and craft as well as guitar. We're going to do that this weekend. What was I just thinking that prompted me to tell you that? And then I forgot what prompted me to tell you this. Haas and Pfeffer, Sweet Jeebus. All right. All right. No, we are not. We are not giver uppers. If it takes the next 25 years, we're going to be doing this. We may not be doing it every day for 25 years, but we're definitely going to be doing it every day for the next 90. Well, not 90. It's the 30th, right? For me, so since I'm about 2 weeks ahead of you, hey, I got 2 weeks seniority on you. So this is 12. You can expect day 90 in, I guess, someone do the math for me. 72 days, 78 days. 2 days. So by day 90, we'll have 9 times 2 is 18. So we'll have 180 days of ball of music behind us as we become better acquainted with each other. And some were side projects with this, which kind of coincide. Two things working hand in hand as a couple. So if you run before you play, or work out before you play, or play, put the baby down before you play, so you have this ritual. That's where we're at, right? Because humans are about rituals, and life is about struggle, but human beings are about ritual. And like we said 2 hours ago, nobody has any friends anymore. Maybe we should address that. I don't have any friends because, let's face it, I am a weirdo. Straight fucking weirdo. I've always been odd, and I embrace it. But if I was, I don't want to say average. Average sounds demeaning and contrite for you. But if I fit into our system as snugly as most people, I would totally have a wife and kids, and right. But I think the system is that we sort of undermine what is going on here with men and women in society. And look, think about it like this: if I ran a casino, I could not steal from everybody. You know what I'm saying? If I stole from everybody, people would recognize that the casino is bullshit, and people would stop putting their hard earned time, money, and energy in going there. And then you try and win them back. America is at the point where I don't know if it's trying to win us back, or it's people are realizing that America is a rich system. Either way, it's bad. it's the negative. So yeah, I'm gonna play my rock and roll guitar and smoke the remainder of the cigarette. Where, here it is. I have been working this cigarette for about 3 hours. Okay. One of the coolest things I've ever seen was one of those rock guys put his cigarette right here and just play the guitar. I was like, that is the coolest shit ever. But I'm not doing that. I'm trying to do let's do Spartacus. I don't need a capo to do Spartacus. One of these days, I'm going to be good. It may take me 1,000 days. I'm just putting this down for a second. Let's try that again. That's the 12th fret. All right, never mind. We are not flailing in the wind. We're not caught up in our circumstances. We have chosen to be musicians. And that road is not easy. We first have to learn all this big, it's like the military guys, right? You join the military, it's not easy, and you learn the new conditions that you have accepted. And those guys are all fit and attention to detail and focus the ones that I'm talking about, not the bad guys who are hiding in the American military and being bad guys, right? Oh, just like they're hiding in the American law enforcement and being bad guys. But man, we are bad at this, but we're new, so that's fine. You know, we do honest assessments. So man, well, let's do an assessment right now. My strumming is just butt. I have to fix that. My fingering, I thought the pinky was a problem. It turns out that this finger is now becoming more of a problem than the pinky. We got the pinky up to par. Up to par. We got the pinky activated. Let's use activated. We got the pinky activated in a week, which is pretty good. So maybe the next week we'll spend trying to get like the strongest finger more on time and in a proper position where he doesn't mute all the strings and make me toss my favorite pick. I'm calling it the Dougie pick from here on out. This pick is now known as the Dougie pick. It's such a good bend. It really is. It's so good. It even feels. It's almost like Dougie. What do they call those things? Ergonomically designed to pick for people. The good, Dougie Dogster. So what do we got? We got completely tired. I'm officially tired of playing the guitar. So I have to crash. I'm not really tired of playing the guitar. I have to crash out the guitar and learn to stream a video game on this platform, or I'll just go and stream it on Twitch and then record it and drop it on. I really like live shit. I mean, I can record it but I really like. I wish I could cook live. Play a little music live. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, here come all the neighbors driving in, looking like, there's that weird guy. What is he doing in that apartment? You think this apartment is weird with his daily podcast, essentially, music podcast. But I will tell you some dark shit. I have driven past like apartments down here with like disco lights. No one ever seems to be in the room, but they're like blue and red and it's flashing. There's no music. I'm like, at first I thought it was like, is that a gamer setup? Because you know how they have those neon lights? No, it's just weird room in someone's house. And I guess they have a reason for it. And then I thought, for all the people who complain about the neighbor that I've ever been, I've never been a problem neighbor. I play my music loud, but you could knock on the door and tell me to knock that shit off. Or if I can't hear you because the music is playing, you tell me once, I'm remindful of it. But on Saturdays, like at 11, I'll play that shit as loud as I want. It's everybody's up. What are you crying about? But at night, yeah, absolutely. Once it becomes 8 o'clock, I'm super respectful of it. But some people are just demand that you do what they say when you do it, and they're just shitty people with unhappy lives, and they collide into your life, your environment, your zone, like a fucking comet. So we will see what we will see. So let's do a quick recap. You know what? Let's do a 9-minute recap. Let's call this an even 3-hour show. You can't even press the freaking frick button. All right, so my issue is I have to get this finger strengthened. Remember the last time we did this, we were doing it with this finger, and it was about, I want to say a week ago. we're sort of boot camping fingers here. So the next boot camp finger will be this one, even though this one is slow because I think it does 3/4, 2/4, 3. So you mentioned threes more often, so this one is getting a lot of work out. So maybe I do 2/4, 2/4, 2/4, 2/4, and just to give this one a break. 1, 1, 2, 4, 2/4, 1, 1, 2, 4, 2/4, 1. Right, just to kind of like, but yeah, I think we're coming along nicely. Where is my harmonica? Maybe I'll end the last 10 minutes show with harmonica. There. Is that right side up or upside down? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. You've been too kind. You need to stop it. No, no. Seriously, stop throwing money at me. Stop it, please. No. Woman, you're married. Please, go away. Yeah, that's the way that should work. After you whip your harmonica out, some of the funniest things I've seen is like the one man band where like the drum on his back and he walks and it hits like the tambourine. He's playing a guitar. He's got harmonica. He might have like a symbol somehow attached to like his leg. So he's doing all this stuff, and you think it's ridiculous, but you know how much mental shit he's got going on about music, right? I mean, it's just a goofy thing to see, but he's essentially Prince. Prince played like 20 instruments, and that's the magic. Once you know the structure of every instrument, the chord, the fret, but once you know how to read music and the idea of music, which is what we're trying to teach ourselves, the world's your oyster. So it's not about the guitar; it's about learning music, and then you can play a piano or a guitar or a flute or a horn or a harmonica. Oh, I dropped my harmonica. Upside down. Yep. I always liked that dude from Blues Traveler, who the heavy guy who played like 1,000 harmonicas. First, his voice is fantastic, but the harmonica is such a dying art. No one puts harmonicas in their music anymore. Well, like it's associated with like blues, right? Just like the guitar. It's also associated with like you in the old days, right? This is fucking people. Throw you in jail. Well, granted, you know the American justice system is a fucking hot joke, but they will let you play music, play guitar, and then someone would use a string to do something stupid like kill somebody. Now you can't have any guitar. One guy. So if I was in jail, I would kill the guy who took that away from everybody. Right? Used to have fucking harmonicas. Can't have harmonicas in jail because instrumental. You can make it a shiv. You know, if you're a piece of shit on the outside and they put you in and you try and be a better piece of shit on the inside, jail don't work then, right? Bad guys, put them in a box forever. I don't care, but the system should work. You should correct the behavior. But if you're going to call it a dungeon, then fucking call it a dungeon. And the people who make it a dungeon can't be unhappy when the population turns on them, right? Why is the place so bad? Why is the place so bad? Why do we still have race issues after 200 and I want to say 36 years? 76, 86, 96, 2006, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 245 years. Come Sunday, 246 years? Good Lord, Sean. You should math. The bane of my existence since whoever created math. 17, 76. Wait, hold on. This is wrong. We're doing this wrong. 20, 21 minus 1776. Let's go. Yeah, 245 years. Not even 300 years old. Come on, country. Get your shit together. 45 years. So the 300th anniversary is in 65 years. I will not be here, sadly. But you 20-year-olds, you can tell people about this as you play the guitar with your, what are those hats? Those stovepipe hats with the Uncle Sam, you know the Uncle Sam hat with the blue and white band of stars with the, yeah, man. Man, whew, I'm going to be the worst musician ever, but I'm going to be a musician. So yeah. And I write love songs about how I love my dog and I miss her, and how reading the Canterbury Tales was an enlightening experience. And you guys will be like, that's your wedding song? Yeah, but he has this great song about ice cubes. What? Totally ridiculously, nonsensically me. Oh my goodness. All right. What is going on with my internet's connection? All right. So remember, come on. Remember, we. Where's my E? Where's my harmonica? And then they have that weird little thing around their neck that they. I'm like, ugh, you got something stuck on your neck, man. That's not good. Go find a harmonica player. Hold it. Where's middle? Hold it. E. 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 Hold it, wait. Right. Right. E. Hold it. Mm. What the fuck is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 holes. So what is that? So it's here? All right. So those are E's. Where's my other E? This is an A, B, C. I'm a little too. I need to find an A right quick, and I can't do the math on it. Okay, G, 4th fret, 2nd fret. That's an A. What am I looking at here? I'm looking for E's. Right, D, 3rd fret. All right. This is an E harmonica. I can't even find the E on it. I'm gonna have to look into that. I love that I kept all the paperwork on it because I'm that kind of weird person. Um, maybe I should open up so it dries out. I am not gonna come up with a harmonica fucking fretboard. That doesn't make any sense. All right. All the voices who are not invited, get out of my head. Thank you. See, here's the thing about having multiple personalities in your head. if you ask them to leave and they leave, you don't need to take medication for it. And besides, they never tell me to do anything stupid like hurt anybody. They tell me to learn guitar online. No one will laugh at you. You'll be fine. I'm not doing that. Yeah, you're doing that. Fast forward, here I am playing the guitar online, and you're laughing at me. So one of the things we were going to do with learning, right? They said when you finger pluck, you position your hand or on the fret, but you don't mute the string. So I was like, okay, if I can get my right verses right over, right. Okay, so if I do it back here where they got suggested, if I do it any closer, I mute the strings. Hold on, wait a minute. Sometimes it sounds exactly the same, sometimes it doesn't. Right, so if I hit it with all my energy, it sounds different back here, right, versus over it. Because he was like, if you position your hand, you know, here, let's say, right, and you don't have to do a lot of, like, so your elbow knows where it's going to rest for the whole song or the whole concert or the whole career of your guitar playing. Like if you do this right over the hole, it sounds better, but you can mute it. Versus back here, which you're right. Can you see me? I don't think you can. All right, let's slide over here. Whereas you can see, like, so my palm is behind, right? So I guess you would have to do something about your volume, maybe, versus right over it. And if you're right over it, you need to anchor yourself with your pinky. But if you're back here, you anchor yourself with your palm, right? And if I got rid of that, it makes it easier to play, right? Because you're versus over it, where you'd be braced by one pinky. And it's right over the dill hole. I'm sorry, not the dill hole, the sound hole, the dill hole. Oh. Those of you who do not know what the dill hole is, not dill hole, D hole, the D hole. It's just so goofy. You need to read it. Like, okay, I get it. All right. So this is a sound hole, which I thought was ridiculous, and it should have had a much better name. And then we looked up the lyre, cousin of the guitar, and it's like there are C holes in violins, those little, right? Yeah. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. Yeah. All right. Let's try that one more time. What is that? Hear that? Wow. I am perpetually muting the D string. I'm about to give this whole thing up and become an accountant. I do it. Anybody in the comments? No one? Really? No? I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it. No one in the comment? What? Don't do it? You need me to continue on? You say in the comments? Okay, fine. I will continue. But remember, learning guitar ain't easy, but the first 9 months is all bullshit. But there's a window that happens in that, and then you get it. And then after that, you're on your journey. You know what it's like? It's like being a person. Your first, how old is people before they can walk? And then people have to run after you to make sure you don't walk into traffic. What is that, like 2? So for those first 3 years, you're just lying on your back, looking at that thing that they put in your bed, and going, "Oh, who are these people who show up every now and then and feed me? Oh, I kind of like them." Then every now and then you yell at them, you scream, you don't really know what the landscape is, and then they tell you eventually, "All right, look, listen, I am the mom, and I am the dad, and these are the rules of this environment. You go, I'm gonna do whatever I want." They're like, "No, no, 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 no. This is what you're doing." And you slowly learn that you are part of a family and a group of people. This is that, right? We're like, "What? I'm a guitar. I don't need to learn chords or progression or learn to read music." And they're like, "No, no. If you really want to be good at this, part of this guitar family, tabs are good, but music is better. We're gonna learn to read music. I'm not trying to learn. Yeah, no. It takes about 3 months. The fuck you gonna learn to read music like you're gonna learn to read." Okay, so now we're learning to read, but these are our stages of me being a petulant asshat. And hopefully, guitar isn't like children, so that might, I don't know how long it takes to make a good kid. I think about 7 years is the statute, right? If you make a good kid, you put all your heart energy in your kid for 7 years. It's almost impossible for them to be a bad person, right? But if you phone it in for 7 years, it's almost impossible to get them to be decent people. So we're gonna do like 9 months of me. Oh, this is a chord. Oh, this is chords are 3. All right, the pentatonic of penta because 5, and they have all okay. And there are 7 music, but if you add the flats and straight, there are 12. Oh, okay, we got that too. Oh wait, we should know the whole board and okay, we're slowly learning that. All right, we think we got that. Okay, it's slowly but surely. Okay, we're a little more. A light goes on a little brighter and a little brighter, and before you know it, I am nowhere near there yet. But I think in about 6 months, I will be able to play something, right? And the stuff that we'll be able to play, and that's the jump, right? I said this earlier, going in, we're gonna learn it funny, right? So we're gonna learn music, and we won't be able to play shit for like 6 months. But once we start learning to play, we'll know music, so we can play. We can open up a book and play it, right? Versus tablature, right? So yeah, I was ways a little wonky and weird and slow but it's full of enthusiasm and searching and finding cool secret shit, right? We've got no teacher. We're a mad mob of guitarists, right? Music people. And when you get there after the 1.5 year mark, which I think you'll be playing music and singing with people, no one's going to be able to tell you that their way is better than yours, right? You got there, like I used to tell somebody when we argued and that person was perpetually telling me how right they were. I would tell them, "What are you talking about? We both got here. Different life experiences, different paths. We're standing shoulder to shoulder looking at the same scene. What are you talking about?" Right? Um, it doesn't matter how they got their guitar talent, right? Whether it was the best teachers or they had innate talent, or if they had no teachers and they had hot discipline. We have hot discipline. And if you had 100 people, maybe 5 or 10 people will have guitar talent, maybe 20. But out of 100 people, if you cultivate discipline in them, then you have 100 guitarists, right? And of those, I mean, like I say it before, I say it again, and I'll say it now. Talent and discipline, you'd have to get really up close and have a monocle of like to know the difference when people are really good at their discipline. It mirrors talent, right? And sometimes you get both in the Beatles, right? But sometimes you get, I'm gonna learn this instrument and I'm gonna be good at it. I can play anything. Right? Talent and discipline. So what are we trying to be talented and disciplined at as? We want to know how to read music. We want to be able to listen to something on the radio and go, I know that progression, right? Which is an amazing thing. We want to be able to just muck around with it enough to play by ear, which is also an amazing thing. But most importantly, we just want to be able to pick up some sheet music. Did I just drop something out of here? I freaking did. I'm trying to make a point, and I'm mucking my point with pointless muckery. We want to know what this is, right? So I don't know what this is now, but if I rip this sheet out and I handed it to somebody, right? They'd be like, yeah, sheet music. I'm like, no, what does it say? I don't know what it says, right? But if I handed it to someone who read music, they'd be like, oh, this is a Beatles song. This is, imagine the words weren't there. But you can read it and get the cadence and we try to see it my way. Do I have to keep on talking till I can't go on? Right? So they were like, oh, I think this is the Beatles, right? Even as you took off the title and all the words. That's what we want. Because someone can just hand us something, we can go, oh, okay, I know this song. Or someone go, it's nice, I've never heard it before. What is it? Right? You still get the same answer. That's what we want. The thing about Taz, and I respect Taz, but I can't give a piano player tablature. I can't give a trumpet player tablature. I can give anybody this, and no matter what they play, they can convert it to their instrument. That's what we want. That's what we're going for. We have little talent now, but we have discipline, and we have fortitude, and we are aimed at the right star, and we are marching toward it, and we will get there. And then we can pop this out and play anything for anybody and instantly be one of the cooler, more interesting people in the environment. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we want. We're musicians. I think I'm crashing this one out. We did 3 hours and 13 minutes so far. You want to go for 3 hours and 30? All right, fine. I'm only doing this because I like you. Please like and subscribe. All right, what is that? 313. That means we need 316 to give it to us. What happened in the news today? As we exit out, we're gonna play guitar. Well, yesterday I ran. Man, I really like this little weird hump thing. All of a sudden, and I don't have to change. But I do have to change. This is what I dropped. Half the books in this house are half rhymes, half poetry, half finished art, half finished paintings. I'm half finished. I'm always working on something. I should finish shit. You know what I'm going to finish? This 1,000 Day podcast. I'm an expanse. This is horrible. I'm gonna read you what it says. Don't be mad at me. This is horrible though. But I remember writing it because I'm an expensive slave. I own myself. I work for me and no one else. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. That is how it flows. That is how it flows. You may guess, my man, but only God knows. It all ebbs and flows. It all ebbs and flows. Yeah, I got a ton of music in my head and I don't know how to get it out. So after a year and a half, maybe 2, maybe 3, I'll be able to get it out. I wouldn't even say it's been torturing me my whole life. It's just been with me my whole life. Now I want to interpret it. It's been a nice thing. And I always write rhymes or lyrics of stupid poems or scripts and screenplays. Dude, dude, none of those were good. You know what we're gonna do? Oh my god. I don't even think I can make the last 12 minutes. I'm trying to get this chord down. Right? But it's not a songless chord. It's right, as I understand it, it's one and then not all of them. Not all. Ooh, that's not good. Almost sound like an underdog. That hurt. That's good because not only did that hurt my calluses, it put so much pressure on like all my fingers to work together to jam down these stupid strings. All right, let's go. Yeah. So yeah, I love that. So we've learned 5 chords in a week. 5 chords in a week, baby Bubba, and we're going to be learning a few more. And here's the thing. Yeah, our fingering will get better, and we are incredibly we are imprecise, and we're not precise and we're not dexterous. So we're imprecise and we're stodgy, right? But we won't be for long because we seem to be knocking this stuff out pretty nicely, right? Pretty nicely. So much so that some of us have begun to write lyrics, and I encourage that. Wow, really? Uh, really? Yeah. Shut up. Uh, what do I want to end on this show with? Since I have been playing now on stream for 3 hours at about, but I essentially have been playing and not getting any better since about I want to say I went from 2 to 3, then I took a nap, then I got up at around 6 and started playing. Um, maybe I should not. Do you think I can get burnout from doing this as much and not maybe like get it out of my system and just be done? I don't want that to happen. And this is why I'm like, well, maybe in the after 90 days, but maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't want to. I want to read on stream. I want to do all this other stuff on stream. I don't want to give up the guitar on stream, but I also don't want to get burnt out. And I don't want to bore whoever watches me. I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out, right? I guess I'm just in my own head, and I will figure it out. Turn that off so I can get calls from supermodels. Um, Normally I mute my phone after a certain time. Uh, so yeah. So did I explain like what I'm smoking here? Like a lot of people think it's marijuana cigarettes. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. That's going to be legal. But until it is legal, I don't do any of that. And quite frankly, I'm a little too old. I'm tired. I really am. Seven minutes to glory. Here we are. I mean, good Lord. Set yourself on fire. I think I am going to start a group on Group Me or something. But nobody wants to get together anymore. Especially blowing instruments, which pass around Corona, right? Playing the trumpet on. I mean, the guitars are at least a little safer. Piano is the safest. But once you get into harmonica playing and wind instruments, 532-20 MSE Blues Harp. Honer. E. Now I got it running by C. And then we're just going to fuck it up. We're going to rip it up. We're going to do it up. We are the solution. We are the people we've been waiting for. And we are going to sip our whiskey, smoke our drag, and praise our maker, whoever that maker may be. We are musicians because I think they are, quite frankly, the best people. I don't know who the worst people are. I'm beginning to think that it's politicians, quite frankly. I'm not going to put it out yet. Earlier, I was chilling. I should have done my laundry today. Earlier, oh, good Lord, the NFL is just a bullshit. Wow. It's hard to talk politics with people that you like don't know shit about politics. They say stuff and you go, I'm not going to say anything. His friendship means a lot to me, but he obviously doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Bobby Bonilla gets a check every July 1st from, I want to say the Mets for a contract 20 years ago. I love it. It don't. Oh, yeah. If you get a $300 million contract, just go. You know what? Why don't you pay me $150 million now? And after I retire, every year after that, pay me. And if I don't live to regret it, give it a lump sum to my heirs. I don't see any way that you can ever be broke. Some of these people are going to be broke after their heyday is over. But if you can, like that loaded on the back end is sort of a brilliant thing. But it's, it is what it is. So remember, 3 minutes. We're going to make it to 3 hours and 30 minutes of streaming. Woo-hoo. I know it's a cheat. We're not really doing a lot. I know, but god dang it, I need this win. I need this win. I need something to put in my guitar book, for God's sakes, which has been empty for a while now. You know what we're going to do? We're going to write something on it. What are we going to write on it? Maybe write something on the back of it? This is what I wrote on the back of it. I wrote it, then I don't even know. We are not giving up. Of course not. Who said we were giving up? Who said that? We're just tired. Okay, fine. I thought someone said we were giving up. I hate when people creep in here with stuff like that. We're just tired. And again, we've been playing for a while. And our little fingers hurt. I may have to take something for it. Throw it in a bath of like ice or something. As I play the Rocky theme. Higher. You know that thing? As he runs around. I don't want to quit smoking again. I mean, this isn't addictive, but I do enjoy it. But god dang it, if I'm going to start running, I go from, 3 of these a day down to half on 1 of these a day? So what are we doing? I'm encouraging you. We're closing in on our goal. I'm encouraging you to ask some lady out, ask some guy out. Not for sex purposes, but for coupling purposes. Not the same thing, guys. We cannot allow this sinister energy between men and women. We are made for each other, and we go through this realm together. And when one of us ends, the others of us end. Don't be so in love with perpetual warfare. Maya Riley, what's her name, in the New York mayor's race? Sinister character. I don't even think she knows how sinister she is. People are not overturning, but people are really playing weird games with elections after the elections have been started. So now you're going to rank choice vote the guy who was leading out because people like the 4th and 5th choice in some weird combined anomalous vote. It's supposed to be one man, one vote. What happened to that? It's so goofy. It's so goofy. We'll see what happens. We have been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes. It is 25 minutes past the hour. Here, where I am now, it is 10:26 on Wednesday the 30th of 2021, right? Wow. Like I said, my fingers hurt. That's a good thing. And in a year and a half, where will we be? 2 and 3 hours, at minimum 45 minutes a day. You know what I mean? Where are you going to be with you're gonna know how to read. I keep forgetting what the frig it's called. Music sheets, tablet, not tablature. What is uh, sheet music? Thank you, sheet music. 500 greatest songs of all time. 500 greatest songs of all time. Piano selections. Wow, sheet music. Come on, man. Ugh. I mean, this. I mean, it's just amazing. It's it's the keys to a secret world. Quite frankly, um, some of this is so complicated, but it reminds me of what people say about. Wow, it reminds me of what people say about English. And look, I learned English. That's funny. God, I wish I had a crowd. So yeah, you just it's oh the Tetris theme, the Tetris theme. So each of these is a measure, 4 beats per measure generally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's yeah, man. I think there are like 13 things. Oh, phew. Other than the notes, there are 13 things about music, right? So there are rest markers, and uh, you have to know some notes are played flat, so they write them next to the clef. There are 3 types of clefs: uh, bass clefs and this weird violin clef, I think, um, as well as a clef that we all know that looks like an S, right? So all these kind of weird things that they told you when you were like 6, but you didn't care because you had to go to the bathroom or there was a bird on the ledge or whatever. Little kids get distracted by, unless someone is beating them. Like you could be a world class pianist too if someone tiger mom the fuck out of you. Um, wow, man, look at this tablature for piano. A major, A minor, major seventh, minor seventh. Look at this for the piano. I've always wanted to learn the piano, and I had some experience with it. And what happened was this: do 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 clank clank. What? Clank, clank. I can't. I could not get both hands to work together. Uh, and it was in school, right? So then you were easily distracted. Anybody I ever knew who had a piano in their house, the piano needed tuning, and no one tunes pianos anymore because pianos are essentially piano tuners are like blacksmiths, right? Blacksmiths went out of business. Blacksmith had two comeuppance, right? The end of slavery, where they couldn't make chains for black people anymore, and then the end of the horse and carriage, where they couldn't make horseshoes and shit anymore, and you needed a mechanic, right? So, what are blacksmiths making now? They're sort of like in medieval times kind of area. Uh, it is what it is. You know, things happen to you in your younger life that you can better uh, understand in your elder life. 88 keys on a piano: G flat, F sharp, E flat, D sharp, D flat, C sharp, B flat, A sharp, A flat, B sharp, G, F, A, D, E. Wow. And I can probably buy a piano dirt cheap. But man, there was nothing like this online. I would buy it's just beautiful art. I would buy this and stick it on. I should buy this. It's on Amazon. Should I buy this? I'm not gonna buy it. How much is this? I'm not gonna I'm not broadcasting what I'm buying anyway. Should I buy this and stick a piano? $9.99? It's only $9. Oh my god. If I buy that, you know what that's going to lead to? This is a drug habit. What's going to happen is I'm going to buy this cord thing. I should move the camera so you can see it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to do it. Piano chords on Amazon. It's a beautiful wall poster print. By who? Who makes this print? Laminated piano chord chart, 8.5 by 11. I would rather have it actually be a much bigger. I need it more like 8.5 inches by 11. Yeah, that's not awesome. Wall chart. It's about as big as a sheet of paper. I need to be like 3 by 4, which is about as big as your window. Actually, the average poster is 2 by 3, so your average window is three. I mean, your average window might be 3 by 5. I would rather get this by 3 by 5. See, that's what they call guesstimating. No one guesstimates anymore. You should have enough how much stuff weighs and how long things are and how much stuff things take to do, how long things take to get done, and be able to guesstimate. I get into this with my nephew all the time. When you coming? I'm a New Yorker. Like, dude, I'm gonna be there in 40 minutes. The F train takes this long. Then I'm gonna get the bus, and then oh, there was an accident, so now I have to reconnect. I'm calling because it's gonna add 40 minutes to my New York City trip. Okay, now I know, right? Here in Virginia, when you coming? I'll be there. When? No, that's not the way. I know I'm sort of out of my element here in the South, and when I say the South, people from North and South in Georgia laugh at me. Laugh at me. They don't consider Virginia the South. I'm like, motherfucker, Virginia was the first to fucking succeed. What are you talking about? It is what it is, isn't it? And that's what it is. So, but yeah, so I'm like, dude, time is valuable. My time is fucking valuable. And then it gets into this, man, your time. Like, I don't need you to give me a lecture about what you think my time is worth. My time is fucking valuable. If your time is not valuable, that's fine. But like, I'm gonna learn this guitar online in like 1,000 days. That 1,000 days is now valuable. If it's just. And if I buy this, I'm gonna buy like a piano on. But yeah, this should be bigger. This should be bigger. It's beautiful. B flat, A sharp, D B. Yeah, wow. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's a beautiful. Yeah, it's about as big as a. This woman is looking at it with her hands over it with a cup of coffee. Yeah, this should be a giant wall poster. I would. Good Lord, doesn't anybody? I don't think people love shit the way they should anymore. I mean, you should be madly in love with some energies, right? But now people are so afraid, I think, to be hurt and smacked around that they love things that won't betray them. Baseball, they love sports, they love music, they love art and painting, but I love people, and people are disappointing occasionally. I love dogs. Dogs are disappointing occasionally, right? It is what it is. I might be the last of a dying breed, or I may have always been an idiot. Maybe the whole place has always been about money first, and I missed it. But when I'm homeless, I'll be a homeless guitar player. I won't have to rob anybody. I'll be busking on the street, singing I Am a Woman in Love on a 3-string guitar. There's a dude named One String. He was on NPR. I was like, that dude has 1 string and he got famous. Now you have enough money to buy the other 5 strings. What am I doing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Right? If you were poor on the street and you played 1 string, I'm pretty sure you bought a house. Now you're not homeless anymore, but you still got 1 string. I don't like the con. The con is boring to me, right? It's always the same nonsensical bullshit. No one's trying to get ahead. I really do respect Mackenzie Bezos. I don't know what her new last name is. Who's like, I'm pretty sure she's like, I can live forever on 100 million or 20 or 5 or a billion. And she's giving away a lot of it. And the way I understand the way money works is, and I've known a couple of millionaires. If you have $2 million, you can never touch the money. You can live out the interest because the yearly interest on $1 million is 50 grand. Right? So the money makes money itself. And because they wrote the laws like that, meanwhile, debt breeds debt. And that's the side of the fence that we regular people are on. So it is what it is, man. I know too much about what is going on here and I'm exhausted. So all I want to do is not talk to people about it, because I've had my last argument with anybody over politics. I'll say what I say and I'll keep it moving, as we used to say in the hood. And me keeping it moving is me playing guitar and me talking to you. I would love to know what you think, but if you think something nonsensical, I'm just gonna not fuck with it. Unless your nonsensicalness is entertaining, then I'd say it was stupid, but it was, oh my God, it was brilliant in its construction. You know what I mean? But just to be arrogant and a bully and be right and fucking actually be wrong, I'm uninterested. I'm completely oh my God, I have become an old guy. Hey, you fucksticks, get off my lawn. Yeah, whoo, look at that. But at the same time, here I am in my fucking weird tie peasant pants, which are fucking awesome, by the way. Uh, in my yoga shorts under this, so you know, gamer. I guess I'm just heartbroken. I figured by the time I got this age, the place would work better, and it doesn't seem to be doing that. The only plus I had today is that Donald Rumsfeld died. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like warmongers have to end too. And if you believe, a lot of people don't, but if you do believe, then you take a little solace in that. But if he got to do all this evil shit and nothing happens to him, then why am I being a good person? Why don't I club your mom over the head for her purse? Right? Why not shoot it out with these cops? Well, fuck the president. He's not doing anything for me. Why don't I shoot at the president? I mean, I'm just totally off the fucking rails anyway, right? No, we're supposed to be, as a country and countrymen, we're supposed to share the same philosophy. And I think a lot of this is just, maybe this is the downtime of America, right? Like there's an ebb and flow. Maybe this is the valley where we're controlled by a lot of shaky people who will take money from corporations. And then maybe somebody will go, we're not losing this country for these people. And like we shore it up and all of us will be like, wow, yeah, great. But now I don't see much that you can do if you have money. Other than murder, I think I'm pretty sure you can rape. We talked about power earlier, right? I'm nobody, but doesn't mean I'm stupid. I can see what's going on. Um, I mean, you're nobody, but you can see it too. But like I said on someone else's podcast, you know, the internet is it's not free. You got to pay. But like the internet is wide open. How dare you? If you have a curious mind and the internet, what can stop you? Really, seriously, what can stop you? Um, People aren't curious. I mean, they use the internet only for what, shopping and pornography, and there ain't nothing wrong with either one of those. But when the whole place falls apart, you can't be caught off guard. It's about being good to your neighbor, and when it all comes down, you all are good neighbors all throughout the country, and you know what needs to be done, right? Everything, everything isn't everything isn't fine. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Everything isn't fine. Your family matters, your friends matter, this nation matters, right? Uh, and we like the British put their national identity in a king and queen, and this we put our national identity in our flag and our politics, right? Not so much our president, but our flag and our politics. Uh, that can get dangerous if you let outside forces fuck with it, right? No one reveres the president like the Britons revered the king, right? The queen, rather, excuse me. Uh, no one reveres him, but we like don't burn the flag. Um, and if you do, you're going to get blowback for it. And if you do it, you're really being theatrical, quite frankly, at this point. But hey, I will say that it's your right to go burn the flag. I play music that people don't like. I'm, I don't want them to tell me not to do that. There's actually a statute where you're not supposed to put the flag on clothing and wear it. We all wear the flag. Like Sunday, I'm going to be decked out AF in flag gear. I might run out with that hat. Uh, I got two hats I have on my bookshelf. Let's move this. All right, so let's put this here. Uh, First of all, look how covered in dust this shit is. This is awesome to do like weird like the first one it's a magnifying glass with clips on it, but yeah, it's sort of disgusting right now. I should have put it sideways like the other one. Here's the other one. See, the other one was sideways, so you can actually see through it. It's sort of so like fairly clean. Um, so yeah, the American flag on a hat, baby. It's what we Americans do. But also, oh, NYPD cap. So these are the two that's on my shelf. They sit like this. Um, Maybe I don't know. But the idea that like you've let these other people sort of eat up what the flag means, like talk that evil racist shit with a flag behind them, and no one like the ACLU has done some good shit, but the ACLU has been fucking up recently. They're always for unpopular speeches. Shut up. You know what? Shut up. I'm tired of it. There's a body count going on here, and at this point, you're on the fucking wrong side of the argument with nonsensical rhetorickery. Rhetorickery. Oh, there you go. Uh, More. There you go. Actually, there's one hanging back there. So I've got three of these bowl. I used to love. This is my weakness. I used to love these bowl caps because man. Okay, so I have two of the same hat. One's up there and one's here, and this one is slightly different. I think I bought this one because I ran across it and it was different and I liked it. Are they all the same maker? They are. That's crazy. All right, so let's put that on that, and let's put this on. Well, I missed it, and those are gonna stay over there. So, and wow, we are 10 minutes from 5 hours, 4 hours. All right, we are not gonna. I appreciate your time. We're not gonna re pimp this whole scenario, but I mean, look, the world is making you angry. What you need to do is not smoke more weed. That is the wrong answer. What you need to do is learn to play an instrument, hang out, chill with your homies, write. Oops, sorry about that. Pithy love songs for like what was she? The cute redheaded girl, Charlie Brown, right? Um, this is what we want. I think being a little more internal helps you out, right? Doesn't it? Wow, this. I mean, sometimes the the capture is just really not good. Right, so let's close this because I'm looking at myself again. Let's close that to 245 years, America. God bless you. Uh, we're supposed to leave it for the next generation of Americans. If we don't, then I don't know what to tell you. Um, America is not for immigration. America is for Americans, and that means be born here. That's as simple as that. But I am anti hacking any system. So I don't want you to fly in 8 months pregnant, hide out here, and then have a baby here. I think that's just this. It's the problem, right? It's wrong, and all this word gamage of nobody's illegal is bullshit. All this stuff of look at the Mexicans, you're dropping your chits off at the border, you're abandoning them at the border. No one's using the term abandoning, right? Meanwhile, you've always treated black people's kids like this, so why? I mean, why should I all of a sudden be moved for one group? The whole point is not to do that in the first place. That's the whole point. And people don't want to not do it in the first place. They want to be able to keep it around to make themselves rich when necessary if they're realtors or move into these poor neighborhoods of people, and then they want to be able to use it as political fodder when they deem fit. So, no, I don't care. Ooh, wow. So I have soda. All right. So what we have here is a man. Did that not? No, you didn't hear me pour that. Struggling to be a musician. Is anybody going to write that story? Am I going to get a Netflix deal? You know, I probably will get a Netflix deal if in a year I can play as well as all the greats. But that is so. Oh wow, that is so. I got to check that out. That is so like outside. You know what I mean? Outside the norm. I would have to be some savant guitarist guy, and you would know that pretty soon. Oh wow, that guy's only been doing this for 3 weeks. Ding, ding, ding. I would have a natural inclination to find and study and learn certain things, but no, I'm a journeyman musician, and it's arrogant that I call myself a musician because I want to be a part of their group. But I will be a musician eventually, so I'm just around them. I won't say call myself that, but here with you and I, and trying to encourage you to play anything and learn music so you can play anything because music is the key. Learning music, learning to read sheet music is the key. Here's the thing about this. I'm super off on rants. Beatles guitar, right? Does not have my favorite Beatles song in it. I was super livid until I realized I could just download it online. I have to bring my printer in here. How much music am I going to be downloading? She came in through the bathroom window. I've got some like things in here, stuff that I was thinking about trying to attempt. What are they? Should I share them with you? God, look, I put there with people in the chat. All right. Eleanor Rigby, another Paul McCartney and John Lennon. Good Lord. I mean, wow. They were just amazing. Good Day Sunshine. Right. Good Day Sunshine. And none of those guys read music. That's why I'm like, we should be able to read music. All of us on our little excursion. Where is it? What am I looking for? Day Tripper. Day Tripper. Copyright 1965. And maybe we should do, because people always get their music stolen. Maybe we should learn how to copyright music. Get a couple of cheats and read them over a couple of times, once a week maybe, just so we're super familiar. Right? I want you to own whatever you do. I mean, I want you to play guitar, but I don't want you to be robbed, because it's always, as I know the music industry, fucking teenagers, Frankie Lyman, Mike, right? Getting robbed by lawyers and business people who are 40 and 50. It's so sinister. My baby's good to me. She's happy as can be. She said so. I'm in love with her and I feel fine. Repeat the lyric twice. It's not really great lyrics. But like yesterday is not in here. Wait, hold on. Is yesterday in here? Blackbird is in here. Lady Banana. All My Lovin' is a great song. All My Lovin'. It's so 50s. It's so doo-wop / pop. So this is how I count the Beatles. I look at the Beatles as an extension of doo-wop, but not what's the word? Not they were they really were doo-wop and sort of soft rock, right? Like Elvis was heavier than the Beatles, right? They were more pop. I don't know what it is. They found a niche that to this day is hard to define. Back in the USSR, Blackbird singing, did I take these broken wings and learn to fly? Those are the Beatles songs I like. The lyrics, like I just said, she loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like those were when there weren't really good lyrics. But Blackbird, yesterday, like I said, I mentioned yesterday on this podcast, this music podcast, 4 times this week. Like I mentioned it when he wrote it when he was 21. And the thing about it strikes me as a song written by someone in their 40s and 50s, right? After like their relationship crashes, maybe 30s after their, but not 21. It's like yesterday. Love was such an easy. Yesterday, oh man, I was all over this, but now today, a simple 24 hours later, I need a place to hide away. I can't even. What happened in 24 hours? It's such a good song. Oh my god, love was such a. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, how I long for yesterday. Long is a better word than I want. Right? Long implies a hunger, a yearning for something. How I long for yes. I said something wrong. I said something wrong. I know it's my fault. I can't fucking fix it. I wish it was. What's the lyrics to this? I said something wrong now. Long for this. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. So I know I fucked up. What did I say? What did I say as she leaves? Right? I know I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. It's such a good fucking song to be written by someone 21. It's fucking amazing. It really is. It says, I think some people are born aimed at a direction, right? And it's super empowered if you run across somebody who's also aimed, and you can go there together. So I really do feel like McCartney and Lennon sort of went aimed at something, and then they bumped into each other in life. Maybe they were destined to, and they went there together. And you have like, I think you have like, I think they wrote like 1,000 songs, dude. A fucking and some of them are goofy and silly and stupid in their younger 18, 19, 20 days. But by the time they're 21, these songs people get married to, they sing them to their children. They're such a part of people's lives. I don't like celebrities, but I would love to meet Paul McCartney. I don't even have a million questions to ask him. I just would like to sit and have tea with him and see what he talks about. Maybe he'll play something. But at the same time, I, who am I to even be in a room with someone who writes like this? You would think everyone should be able to be right, and I would agree with that. But at the same time, I know people, and people are idiots. And I think once you've done this great thing for a million anonymous people, right? You should not be in a room with just anybody. I mean, a random fucking moron killed John Lennon. You know what I'm saying? And someone will. I remember Obama was at a voting thing, and he said something nice to some lady, and her idiot boyfriend was like threatened him, like, "Yo, man, that's my woman." Like, dude, he's a fucking president of the United States. He walks around here with an armed detail all the time. You're not even smart enough. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, you're an idiot. It's not cool. It'll show up on TV, but you'll be an idiot forever. And this is people, showy, nonsensical bullshittery. Yeah. I mean, they wrote some of the best shit. Some of this stuff I don't even know. Run for your life, 8 days a week. I need your love, Dave. I guess you know it's true. I hope you need my love, Dave, just like I need you. It's so, you know, but the music was just, I mean, Michael Jackson wanted to be known as the king of pop because he's one guy. But actually, the kings of pop music were the Beatles, like 30 years earlier. And there were four of them. And I love Michael Jackson, but maybe, I don't know what he'd be the king of. But pop music, well, maybe they were the king of pop music bands, and he's the king of pop music solo act. But help, I need somebody. Help, not just anybody. That line right there implies help me. No, 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 not you, not you. You help me. Come over here and help me out. Yeah, it's kind of like, I thought you needed help. Like, no, I don't need anybody. And the thing is said in an emotional sexual as well as emotional kind of like context of neediness, right? But the neediness isn't pure neediness, because then you wouldn't care who helped you, right? I mean, God, I love lyrics. Like sometimes I wonder if they even know what they wrote, right? Help put John Lennon and Paul McCartney moderately into. I gotta learn what that means. B minor slash A, G slash F sharp E, E7. I don't know what E7 is. E7. Let's look it up. Because I see some of these, I'm like, what does that even mean? Here we go. E7. E7. Images for E7. Solution-based construction delivery systems. What? E7. Boeing. E7 Kanye. How about I write E7 music? How's that? Music. Ugh. What is wrong? S-I. All right. Better noise music. E7 music. E7 guitar. How about that? This is really ridiculous. This is what I mean. Like, E7 is only for guitar. It doesn't translate anything else. E7. And E7 adds one note to the original triad. So I'm adding a note to a chord. It comprises. You know what? We're just gonna start over because I'm new to reading and English. E7 adds one note to the original triad. It comprised of E, G flat, B, and D. G flat. What is G flat? G flat. All right. Okay. G flat. The D is a key note. So what is the root note? Is it still the same root note as the E? Which I really gotta figure out what a root note is. The D is a key note here. That is 7 of the E7. The D is a key note. That's the 7. The 7. The D is a 7. Why is it 7 and there's only 4 fingers on the fret? Oh my God, I'm beginning to go down a rabbit hole with this. Okay, because it's the only one whose whole step away from the root note. Oh, okay. So it is E is look. The root note is always the note of the chord, right? So an A minor, an A major, the root note is A. A C major, the root note is C, right? E7, the root note should be E, but you add an E7 as one note to the original triad. It's comprised of E, G flat, G sharp, B, and D. The D is the key note here. The D is a key note. Even though the root note is E, the D is the key note. The D is the key note. Because it's only one whole step away from the root note. So it's a whole step. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Where's my guitar? A whole step. Stop banging the guitar against shit. A whole step. All right, so this. Whole step. E, F. E, F. So whole half step, right? What is going on with my... half steps, except for this, which is a whole step. So what am I missing? I'm missing something. An E note, the root of an E note is E. All right, but the D is a key note. So what? That is the 7. 7 is in quotes. That is the 7. So the D is the 7? So why don't you just call it D, because then it would be an ed note. All right, so E7 or chord and a number generally means that you're adding something that is a whole step away from the original chord. Is that right? Because that's is it's the only one whole step away from the root note. It creates a tension that begs to be resolved. I don't even know what that means. Well, let's learn how to play a few different formulas. How do you play E7 on acoustic guitar? E major or minor. The major chord with additional minor seventh is also called the dominant seventh, or just V7. I think I'm wandering into something else. All right, let's back out of that because that's a dominant V7, and we're trying to figure out what an E. Let the low E string play without pressing any fret. Let the D string play without pressing any fret. Let the high E string play without pressing any fret. E7 guitar chord. So let's do that. Let the low E string, low, play without pressing any fret. Let the D string play, D, without pressing any fret. Is this what they're talking about? Let the low E string play without pressing any fret. Let the D string play without pressing any fret. And let the high E string. Hold it. No, this is right. Is this it? Oh my God, it's 4 hours. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. E7 guitar chord. This has. Stop it. This has this as a G7 chord. Wait a minute. Where are you? That can't be right. And this one has this. One, two. This is 3. This is 2. Why am I using my 4th finger on this fret? Why wouldn't I use my 3rd finger? And there's a bunch of these E7s. All right, hold on, wait a minute. Let's try this one. This is one that I'm used to. This is a D, right? Hold on, wait. Yeah, this is a D. No, this is not a D. No, it is a D. So this is a D just with different fingering. So I have to do this, and then I have to take this finger and put it here. And this is an E7. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. God dang it. That's the 5th fret. That's the 2nd fret. Okay, so the 1st fret is this. Right, is this. E7. 1st fret. 2nd fret is, oh my God. 2nd fret is this nonsensical bullshittery. But no, wait, no, I have to, okay, that has to be this. And this finger has to go, oh my God, I can feel my fingers touching every other freaking string. All right, without, and then the 5th fret, it's, okay, 5th fret, it's here. Wait, hold on, it's here. It's this. Oh my gosh. What in the world is going? How does it? Okay, what? So is it this? No, it's this, No, it's this. How the hell do you finger that? Fifth fret. Okay. Fifth fifth fret. Here's the fifth fret. Here on my fourth finger, the fifth fret. Second string up is here, and then you do this. All right, you know what? I don't even know. Why would you even E7? You people suck. That's all I gotta say. I'm officially tired. There's like 9 of these. Seventh fret, the ninth fret. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No wait, E9, E7, sus 4. What is a sus? E diminished C. What in the ever loving Krispy Kreme is going on here? Okay. I think my brain is officially leaking out of my ear. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is a sus? What is a sus? Oh, what is a sus? Okay, I'm obviously six sus in guitar. A sus chord is a major chord where certain notes are left out and replaced with others. Okay, all right. Sus means suspended. No, that can be substituted. Let's go with that. So sus means substituted. A sus chord is a major. I know it doesn't actually mean that. I'm just trying to make it sink into my subconscious so I'll know it forever. A sus chord is a major chord where certain notes are left out. Okay, and replaced with others. Why we are calling it a substitute, but it's a sus. By making this slight adjustment, the chords become something new. What does sus mean in guitar? Suspended. Okay, we said substituted because it's substitute one for another, but it's suspended. A suspended chord or sus is a musical chord in which the major or minor third, oh boy, major or minor third, oh boy, is omitted and replaced with the perfect fourth. The perfect fourth, or less commonly, a major second. See that right there? I recognize all those words. I do. I know all those words. I've heard them before. But all grouped together like that? Oh my God. All right, here we go. Let's read this again. Water. All right. We're gonna substitute, but it's a suspended, but fine. For our vernacular, because we're substituting something, but a suspended is all right. This is what they call it. So yeah, okay. So do we have it? Do we know it? A suspended is what we would call a substitute because we're substituting one of the major. Don't look at it. One of the major. Oh my God! One of the chords. One of the notes in the chord for another one, which gives it a different sound. Is that right? A suspended chord is a musical chord in which the major minor third is omitted. Should I have included? No. Good Lord. It's musical. Hold it. Let's go back one. How did that not work? Oh, dude, really? Fuck. All right. God dang it. Suspended chord. Major and minor chords are made up of 3 notes: the root, the third, and the fifth. Don't just take any word on it. Don't just take my word on it. Check out either Theory Without Tears or The Power of Three. Right here. Okay, so yeah, I know this, but I have trouble finding out which note is the root note. Um, that is one note. That is one note. Wow, that is one note. Holy shit. All right. Holy shit. All right. I'm sorry for cursing. I just saw this on the staff, like all these notes. I'm like, oh. But I'm slowly beginning to realize all these things chained up like a ladder is one note somewhere on the guitar, right? Oh wow, this is still on. Thank you. Bum 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 bum. Suspended chords. Jesus Christmas. I wonder if we should be learning about suspended chords early, or if suspended chords. Everyone is suspect. All right. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'm gonna thank all of you. It's 11:10 p.m. here on the East Coast of America land. Yeehaw! I don't know what to tell you. I don't. Let's just cut this off. Actually, no. Let's not cut that off. Oh, good Lord. We are gonna wrap this thing up in about 15 minutes. Just make it 4 hours, 15 minutes. That means that we will have been stalling for an hour. Whose fault is that? Okay, wait. All right, let's not point fingers. Who asked you to point fingers? Okay, my whose fault was that? Was not meant to point fingers. I'm just saying. But if any fingers need to be pointed as I point a finger, it's who can we scapegoat today? It'll be somebody different tomorrow. Squeegee men, yeah, all of them. Shame on them, all of them. You know what? Squeegee men get in the way. Are there any squeegee men left in the world anymore? Squeegee men get in the way of you being happy, and tomorrow it'll be somebody else. Because that's not even funny. Let's not blame people. We used to have a sense of humor that was raw and shaky, and as I aged up, I said this on Facebook like 7 years ago. I think the world has shifted under my sense of humor. So I don't make jokes anymore. Jokes with my friends, they get it. They know me. But, sometimes goofy nonsense is fun and goofy nonsensory. Good Lord. So we are going to crash this thing out in about the next 8 minutes. So what did we learn? Let's do a recap of this episode. One, we know we have to fill up more stuff in our guitar book. Otherwise, the artwork on this shit is pointless. And also, excuse me, we're supposed to stop cursing. The whole point is to be disciplined. And like we said earlier about our arc, I wrote it down in here, so I don't even have to dig it out of my subconscious brainage. A keystone habit, right? So the idea of a keystone habit is, before I do guitar, I'll run, right? So, and before I cook for the family tonight, I'll walk the dog, right? So you have a habit that sets you up for like your routine. That walk the dog thing, just in case you don't work out. Like, I walk the dog, then I'll come in, the dog is taken care of. I'll cook food, then the kids come in, and then I'll have then my husband comes and work, and then or my wife comes and work, and then we all get down and we set a movie. We do it every Saturday, every week, but then we have it slightly different on the weekend because we include church or blah 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 blah. So your key, what is your keystone habit? Is it that walk with the dog to clear your head and do some walking? Or my keystone habit in the old days was running. I would work out, and then I would try and write graphic novels, or do some painting, or do some drawing, or do some writing, or do some poetry, or write some rhymes, or do whatever. But I was always sort of like, first I had to get active, because it's hard for me to sit still too long. I can begin to bounce, right? My leg begins to do that leg thing. I can't do that, right? There you go. There you go. So and I would put my leg over it to stop my leg from hopping. I would also do this in class, and teacher would yell at me. I was always fidgeting. So I do a lot of shit now. And the point is that keystone habit, we're trying to organize ourselves into like a semblance of a disciplined human being, right? We'd love to be a bunch of us. We'd love to be like a giant wave of wind that knocks over, those lazy trees. I'm going to say sedentary, but all trees are sedentary, right? But like the laziness of trees, they clear out the landscape and revitalize it with our energy. If this was water, we replenish the land and take away the dead leaves or whatever. What we're doing, whatever mystical kind of like realm we're trying to put ourselves into. We just discipline is part of that. Discipline is the first thing of that. And the more you begin to take it seriously, and the more you can like string together days of discipline, the less likely you'll want to give up. Like if you had 5 years of sobriety, why would you give that up? Part of that becomes like, you know what I mean? You got to start from day one, right? That's why I was so angry yesterday when I didn't. I was a half hour late, but I was like, whoo, we're here. And it was only day 11, right? Only. But you know what? Between you, me, and the wallpaper, I put a lot of work into these. Like it doesn't look like it because they go on for a while. But I put a lot of work in like practicing and get my finger. So you don't go, you ain't done anything interesting since you started this goofiness. You'll go, oh wow, he is better since last week. Well, right, maybe I'll pick up my harmonica or my flute or my ukulele or my more creative artistry in the world is a good thing, right? And like I said, if you have a curious mind and an internet connection, the world is your oyster. I'm not trying to be king of this, that, or the other thing. I'm just trying to be a guitar player. You might want to be a writer, right? You might want to be a journalist. You can be a citizen journalist, right? You might want to, study the military. There's all this great shit about the military and American law, and not just American law, but everybody, right? But you have to be discerning with some of it. Not all of it is true. Um, but music is music, and we all like it. Like we all like dancing. Uh, we generally all like. Uh, what's the word? What is this? Every now and then, I find some. What is this? This is my handwriting. And I've been slowly working on an idea of unity, and over the last 20 years, I always find like some discarded something about it, and this is one of them. This is a ranking system. No, these are names. Oh wait, hold on. Which one is this? Oh, okay. This was the name of the army. So since I couldn't get it together in the real world, I decided to write a story about my idea, and this is the name of the army. And I have this thing for names. Like that woman who they just paroled. What's her name? Reality Winner. I was like, what a name! And mind you, I grew up in. My real name is Sean. Um, Armour is my last name, but I grew up around hippie kids. Right, it was the end of the '60s, and kids had the best names, and I was always like so enamored with these names, Moon Glow and Sun. I mean, people don't do it anymore, but I like some of them are just very simple and beautiful, like Bliss and River, and I know a dude named his nickname was Tree, but like I know people named River and Apple, like names like this. But it's like names that remind you of like mountains. It's versus Mary or John or Bob or Bill or Kate or Sue or Jim, which are all essentially Anglo-Saxon names out of the Bible. James is a biblical name. Jim is short for James. Uh, Mary is true. Elizabeth is old European. So you get but if the idea that you would name your kids some beautiful name like Moonglow may cause them trouble down the line, but give them a nickname, Tom. They never can call him Tom, right? But it lets you. I don't know, man. And why are people so un, so hesitant to be less stodgy? Because there's a ladder, right? Some people's less stodgy is friggin' orgies and threesomes in the park, right? And other people's less stodgy is, ooh, maybe I'll listen to rap music this time, and maybe I'll investigate and see what y'all like and how they'll, So there's a spectrum. So just because somebody goes, we're all liberals, you watch that, because I'm like, I'm liberal, but I'm not for some of this nonsense, right? And then those people call me conservative. I'm like, oh, really? How convenient for you that I'm conservative now? Like I've told this story before. I supported um, the gay rights movement when I was younger in New York City, uh, and now I don't anymore because like the parade is ridiculous. That parade is ridiculous. And on top of this, every time I look around for any of these people, they're never around when I need them, and we've been burying people like weekly, like since then. So now I'm like, oh, you use us to get a foothold on the beachhead, and now fuck us like everyone else says fuck us. Of course, they wouldn't say that, but I would say that because, come on, I mean, the environment is just so bad for people here that I, a super political person, has decided to give up politics and just do music because music is good for your soul, right? Um, it is what it is. I mean, America has all sorts of issues going on, so I don't feel like I'm wrong. But my issue may not be your issue, so then we should concentrate on the issue that we can all agree on, and I think that is healthcare. That's the education system. I think that's you know, uh, I want to say police reform, but people think no, the police should be able to do whatever they want to you, but not to me. So then I know you're full of shit, right? So it is what it is. It is what it is. We are, and here's a good thing about being a journeyman musician. These conversations, not temper. Um, what is it when it weathers the conversation, right? So you will know, like maybe all this music slash political talk will get you to write like songs early, right? To get your mind up because you may go, that is outrageous. How dare he? I'm going to write this down. Or I totally agree with that. I'm going to write, versus sitting home, all of us. I mean, you could all be watching Netflix or, I mean, don't get me wrong, Netflix, but this is different. Um, this is different. And then maybe if you do watch Netflix, you'll have an instrument in your hand, you'll play, and your kids be like, what are you doing? And maybe you'll teach them and then they'll play. And I really do believe that's the way it works, right? It starts with you and then you propagate it to your kids and they propagate it to their kids. But you tell them, never let go, son, of the music. Never let go of the music. So it never dies in your family, right? And it could be, look, kids, I love them. And I was one at one point. But kids are stupid. You can tell them anything. So if you go, oh, you're from a long line of great pianists from the old country, then they're like, wow. And then, oh, yay, maybe might want to learn to play the piano. By the time they turn, my mother told me I was man, I didn't go on, so I did this and that, and I only would date boys who did X, who were music, or, whatever. And then here I am, 30, I'll find out that that's not true. But meanwhile, you're a pianist, right? And your kids are pianists. Of course our parents lie to us versus all these people who tell you that you won't be anything. So yeah, I don't think it's a crime to lie to people to build them up, right? Um, it's all very uh Forrest Gump with his mom sort of trying to look out for him in that weird way because she knew that he was lacking in something. But if your mom told you, "Oh, you are a great singer. You're from a line of great singer and musicians or scientists, and you're bad at. I can't believe you're from a great line of like math people. I'll fight. Maybe I'll kick it when you're in high school. Maybe I'll kick it late, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, great!" And then before you know it, your math skills begin to climb up, and you go, "I told you, son," and then bam, you're off to the races. And then by the time you're like 35, 40, or 25, whatever, you find out that was all bullshit. But it was the wind in your sails that you needed to get there. So for us, our wind in our sails is that we are going to be well, not going to be. We are journeyman musicians. We're not full of musicians yet, but when we get there, we're gonna step up because we're gonna know a lot of the stuff that a lot of people decided not to learn. Wow, that Susu thing has really messed with my head. So we have been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. We are gonna crash this thing out. I will be here at 7 a.m. tomorrow before we all go to work, and then I will be here at 7 p.m. tomorrow night, and then I will be here again at 7 a.m. the day after that, and then 7 p.m. that day, and then 7 a.m. the day after that. So the cycle refines and rewinds. And we one day will look up and go, wow, so we know 7 a.m., 7 p.m., 5 p.m. And then we're like, oh, wait, what day is it? Day what AM session or day what PM session? And we're in double digits now. Eventually we'll be in triple. Eventually we will. I didn't say recently. Eventually we will be in triple digits, and then we will be in quadruple digits. And by the time we get to triple digits and quadruple digits, our skill set is going to be absolutely bonkers. We're going to relight the garage band thing ourselves. Everyone will have a band making music that, singing their message, right? It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be awesome. Thank you for showing up here with me today. I know you could have been anywhere else, but you decided to spend a little time with me. And I'm about to weep. I'm super appreciative of it because I know time is valuable and your time is valuable. But man, we're going to get this. This is ours. It's ours for the getting. We're going to take this, right? A little discipline, some hard work, some loyalty to our timing, not timing, our time schedule of 7 a.m., 7 p.m., 7 a.m., 7 p.m. Every day, not going to miss a day for 90 days. We established that unless some horrible thing happens, some tech glitch, or God forbid, something happened out in IRL. We have a plan. We're going to strengthen our fingers. We're going to slowly work on our voice. Some of us don't have boy band voices. They're deep and bassy. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, da, da, da. Okay, maybe we may not need a guitar teacher, but I might need a singing instructor. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be a journey. We're going to be able to laugh about it. More laugh than tears. No tears. But we will be like, God dang it. We can be frustrated. But like we say here, we don't rest on our laurels when we do stuff like we're learning the fretboard. And when we fail, it's fine to be like, oh, because that's a human nature. But we don't dwell in it. We are not dwellers in our failures, right? We acknowledge our successes, but we don't dwell on those either. It's only been a few days, man. It's only been like 14 days. And in 2 days, it'll be 2 weeks. And, we'll be able to, wow, look at us, a full month. And then the next big thing will be, wow, 2 months. And then the next big thing will be 3 months, which we set out to do. And maybe we'll adjust the schedule, probably not, but maybe we will. But then if we do adjust the schedule, we do another 90 days of non-adjusted schedules and we run at it. And maybe in the next 90, I don't think the next 90 days, but I think maybe the third 90-day block or maybe the fourth 90-day block, we might see some progress with the metronome. We might see some progress with precision and dexterity, which is the watchwords around here for good guitarmanship. And down the line, maybe sooner than we expect, we'll be able to play songs, which is what we want. And then the third step of that is cobble together our own songs. So we have a plan. We've always had a plan. And And even though it doesn't look like we have a plan, and we're a year behind the whole pandemic learn something, we're just a year behind. But we're so fucking committed. By the time those people have given up that and went back to work, we'll be murdering it. We straight be murdering it with how good we are at the things that we chose to learn, because we're doing it ourselves and we don't have to pay tuition on it. We don't have to be there, not want to be there. Uh, we're deciding to be journeyman guitarists. That is really loud. Is that really loud? We decided to be journeyman guitarists. Let's turn that down. Let's turn this down. So yes, we are not done with these podcasts, and we've got 4 others to kick off. So I'm going to get better organized, hopefully, after this session. Some of it will show up in this session of 90 days. And I think the rest of it would likely show up in the next session of the 90 days. But we are not kidding. I think where is it? Let's not lose it. I think I'm actually going to start reading this. I can't start reading this Sunday. That's July 4th. I have to read something American July 4th. Maybe I'll read Huckleberry Finn. Oh, that gives me a chance to enunciate on camera and pronounce stuff and not rush and read. Yeah, we're being better. We're being better people. Better for ourselves, reading, playing the music. That's good for us and our family and our own self-discipline. But that kind of shit is also, that kind of stuff is also good for your society, right? Better. Woo! That ice cube melted fastly. All right. You know what? 7 minutes, and then that's it. This is the last one, because I have to think about numbers, and if I can end this at 4:44, I'm gonna do a jig. So remember, people are not getting married. People are not having kids. People aren't really, and people are lonely. So I want you to go play your guitar, and I want you to go ask somebody out. They don't have to be the hottest thing ever. Maybe they're the coolest person ever, and tell them this story. People aren't, man. I was thinking, who do I like? Maybe I should ask one of my friends what they think about it. Maybe I should ask them out for coffee and think about it. Maybe, and then you can have a conversation. Maybe they can turn you on to someone that you really like. Or you have a conversation with them. They're like, ooh, he's asking me out. Or she's asking me out. Or, yeah, ladies, you should ask some dudes out. It's post-pandemic. I'm inoculated, but I still wear a mask. Yeah, I mean, people make you happy, but don't be with somebody who makes you unhappy. But you need to be with somebody. You're not always right, and they're not always wrong, right? There's a lot of that, but also, I mean, there's a simple energy between men and women that I think people have tried to do away with, and instead put shopping and TV and video games and Netflix and streaming and in it. And I mean, the platinum relationship is your relationship uh, with your partner. You picked them out of all the people in the world, right? And the gold standard relationship, the gold standard, which is slightly different, not less but different, is the relationship with your family, your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, right? They're the gold standard. If you get along with them, you get along with other people. And if you go out into the world, you will likely meet that platinum person because you have a good family, right? You know how to talk to people, when to be angry, when to let stuff go, all these little things. And then that, but if you're just, if you're not trying, shame on you. Love's important, I think. And somehow I think people think that they can get along without it. And I think that's a problem. I think love is eternal, right? Even though you've killed off marriage, people may not be getting married, but people are still going to fall in love. Yeah. So, in conclusion, I, your weird hippie guitarist homie, as we teach ourselves this stuff, had to build not build a giant guitar, but do a giant guitar paperwork, put over there this weekend. I have to install another camera this weekend, all while playing madly and deciding if this is only going to be about guitar or are we going to do video edits of guitar stuff, maybe out in the world someplace. We want to make this interesting. We want to make this fun and interesting for everybody. So, man, I think of this 4 hours and 40-minute stream, I think I honestly did about 30 minutes of guitar playing. But, I also did about 2 hours of guitar playing before you guys show. I feel bad. Then I talked a lot of wild, loose talk, which is just unacceptable. And then we did this weird cheat time thing by kind of like biding our time to make sure we got to 4:44. What does it say? We started at 6:53. And now it's, oh my God, now it's 11:35. Here on the East Coast. That's fine. I'm going to, like I said, we wanted to do 4:44 because some of us, me, have this weird number thing, which is all fun. I don't I don't play the lottery or anything. Take it super seriously. I don't chart my days around it, but I notice when the day is 7/7/77. I remember that. I remember 2, 12/21. And I remember 2/22/21, and the next time is 2/22/22. So that comes in about 8 months. So you're just gonna come, just like I like to watch. If there's going to be some event like we had a blood moon that comes around every like XYZ amount of years. I want to see it. I don't know why. I just do. So yeah, be interesting, be odd, be quirky, be weird. Just don't be cruel. There you go. I will see you all at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Are we going to stop this? Yeah, we're going to stop this. At 7 a.m. tomorrow for more guitar. I wish you all well. And we're out of here in about 44 seconds. Anybody want to count down? Anybody want to wave? Anybody want to say goodbye? I also have to do more streaming on Twitch for video games straight. And I have to relaunch my cooking show on YouTube. Or I could stop doing all these partition kind of things and come up with a better system for this HAPS Restreamer, which is sort of brilliant and free. And we'll see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're out of here in the next 5 seconds. So I will see you in the next one. Thank you very much.